Hello and welcome back to the PMSL Europe. We are once again in the knockout stages, but today is the final day with 4 matches to play for each of our teams. We have 5 matches for each of our groups to take part in. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are going to find out which 4 teams we're going to be saying goodbye to at the end of today.
Goodbye, farewell, good night to some of these teams. It will be nighttime over where we're living, at least here in the UK. But, you know, a happy morning, afternoon to wherever you're living at home, wherever you're watching this one. But tonight for us, we will be saying goodbye to 4 of these squads, as John says. So it's all down to these final moments, these final 4 matches for these squads. We'll be heading through a pretty brutal day of games as well as you'll see in the schedule a little bit later, with Miramar coming up twice, as well as Sanhok. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're ending on a Sanhok. So even more chaos to be added to the midst, which should be great. Should be very, very fun. I think everyone does enjoy that. I think the players might not, but for us as viewers, it's going to be a hectic and fun experience.
Yeah, I'm sure we have been limited on previous days to just the one Sanhok. Yesterday we did have 2. We finally got a position on that Northwest Island as well to close things down. It was pretty dramatic. So if you want to check that out, make sure you take a look back at the VODs for that. But stay tuned here for now. You can watch that one later because we do have plenty still to come today. Maybe we'll see a Southwest Island finish, right? Maybe we'll go over to those ruins and see if we can make that one work, or go straight on top of the Falcons in Sami and hopefully stop them from having to rotate into the circle in phase 4.
Well, we had a lot of instances of that yesterday with the Falcons. I think luckily for them, they don't have to play their most dreaded map too much today. With only one Erangel, their lives become dramatically easier going forward, especially because those Erangels were rough and tough. And I bet that they're very happy that they're going to have an extended break between knockout stage and the finals. Try and figure out where things went wrong, where things went so badly up against Papara Supermassive. We have a fair few amount of teams who have already confirmed themselves to be 100% going in. I don't see it going any other way, where we have S2G, Barsay, Regnum, Carya, all very far towards the top alongside with Fenerbahçe. Here's our tournament format. We are right now in that blue knockout stage, but some of these teams are going to see their vision blurred. We are not going to be seeing too many colors at all as they fall asleep at the end of this knockout punch coming through today on the 29th. We have 20 teams going through here with only the 5 groups. But after this, it will be down to 16 teams, and there will only be 1 champion and 4 EWC slots available over in those grand finals on the 4th, 5th, and 6th of July.
Yeah, you can take a look at those next week, but for now, we have to figure out who's going home. We're expecting the bubble to be somewhere around the low 50s. It's obviously uncertain as to where, depends on how our teams do, but there has been a little bit of underperformance from the bottom end of the tables. I mean, kind of goes without saying, right? They are at the bottom of the tables, but they may be underperforming that metric. So it may actually shrink that bubble, may be a little bit tighter, a little bit smaller. We'll have to wait and see who is going to be on that bubble, who's going to be just on the cusp of making it to those finals. As we take a look at our Smash rule, this will take effect once we get into the finals. So it's not in effect today. It's not in effect during the knockout stages. And during the finals, the first 2 days of games will be played as normal. Then moving into that final day, we'll take whoever is in the lead, we'll take their score, we'll add 10, and that will become the Smash score target. If you hit that target as a team, so say that the target is set at 84 points. Once a team surpasses 84 points, if they go into their next game and get a chicken dinner, or any game after that, they will be able to just win there outright, done and dusted, nothing doing. Nobody can stop them if they're able to find that chicken dinner.
Which case the tournament would end, no matter how early. Can't end on the first game of the day, but could certainly end on the second with a chicken dinner coming through. So it could be very, very early finish on our day on that 6th of July. It could also go all the way to the end, in which case we'll be waiting for one of these teams to sit themselves up towards that top side and take home the $35,000 that will be set up there. And take a look at our point distribution. You've seen this once. If you're just joining us now, this is how it all breaks down, with 10 points for first place and that chicken dinner. And then we drop the points by quite a bit down towards 6th for second place, 5th for third, and 4 points for 4th place. After that, it really does drop down quite a lot. So teams will be likely more looking for those elimination points if they're going out in the 7th to 8th region.
Yeah, they will. I mean, you can pad, right? With those elimination points, you can see at the bottom there, each elim gets you 1 point on the cards. We've seen some pretty high scores from teams in 7th and 8th place before. Tends to be when things get a little bit more messy, when you have some hard shifts on the circle. That's when you see those middle placements on the lobby have high elim counts. This is our prize pool, and as you were saying, $35,000 for first place in the finals. This breakdown is for the finals, with a total prize pool across all stages of $200,000. Each chicken dinner worth $250 smackaroonies, and that is nice to add to your tally. You know, you can earn quite a bit of cash for doing that.
You absolutely can. I think we've had quite a few teams who have got themselves quite a few chicken dinners so far and been able to pump those points up in a big, big way. But coming into today, though, we have had those discussions. We touched on it a little bit earlier on with the fact that a fair few of our teams are currently looking like they're in the danger zone and there is not a rope been dangled down towards them to help them out from a very sticky scenario. We have seen teams in the past been able to have pretty miracle runs on their final days, but it is just that issue in terms of performance so far. It's not looked amazing from some of those teams. We're looking at Guild, BX Brothers, Beşiktaş, and I think that they're going to struggle to have those miracle runs as the lobby has become a little bit more difficult, I would say, to play in.
I think it's not entirely unobscured by the idea that we're seeing different groups every single match as well, right? You can kind of get into a groove when it's just the same set of 16 in a single day, but every match you play has a different set of teams. You need to recalculate everything all the time, and some teams seem to be struggling with that. I think most notably K1, who have had one of the worst days yesterday, only scoring 8 points despite being a fairly consistent qualifier. Here are our groups, and once again, shout out to our graphic design department for picking 5 bold colors that fit the color scheme. That's always an impressive feat. Group C, I think it is notable, right, in these 5 match setups, because they always miss the middle match on the day, and that is always our solo map, which means that Falcons won't actually be playing in Erangel today. They won't have to face off against Papara Supermassive in the middle of the day. They won't have that hot drop.
No, not happening. So that is great news for the Falcons. Not having to deal with that one is a really big boom for them, though they have to perform well on their Miramars and their Sanhoks. Their Sanhoks have looked a little bit better. I would say every single time we have seen Falcons on Sanhok, it has seemed like a little bit of improvement each and every time, trying to figure out their rotate. First of all, they were heading over towards that western side of boot camp, and I think as we saw yesterday, the eastern edge of boot camp is actually very free. There's not a lot of teams defending that location, so a very, very available spot to pick up. But here is our map rotation for the day. We're starting off over on Miramar, heading over towards Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and then completing our run here in that knockout stage with a Sanhok.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we'll be going back to the jungle, and we'll hopefully be churning through these matches nice and quickly, as we are in the final day of the knockout stages here, the 29th today. If you're watching this in the future, welcome to the past. We are indeed on the 29th and ready and raring to go for the knockout stages. 5 matches a day is something that we haven't really seen for quite a while, I'd say, in this region as well. Having a single group sitting out a single match each day, I think it's been at least 3 years since we've had a format like this being played, so teams will have to sort of resettle into this. In general, it's only seen when you get 20 teams in a lobby, and the lobby sizes have sort of been a little bit different over the past few years. So it's the first time we've really actually had the opportunity to bring back this format, and it's interesting to see who's landed on top. It was ThunderTalk, who had a monumental day yesterday. They got 65 points over 4 matches, which is more than anybody else has been able to do in a single day, even when they were playing 6 matches a day.
Exactly. I think the max points we saw was 59 from both Carya as well as S2G.
It's 64 on day 3 for S2G of the league stage, but that was 6 matches as well.
Not too bad, not too bad. But they were starting out with that 59, but 64 with 6 matches. Yeah, it's a lot of points going through towards them. So for TTQ to perform like that, it was fantastic work from them. 81 total. That sees them 100% safe going in towards the finals. And if they can keep that kind of performance up, they're likely to grab and bag that $4,000 on the line here at the knockout stage. Heading over towards our last page now with 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, all being in that danger zone. That's Bra, that's Guild, BX Brothers, as well as Beşiktaş. And I think Beşiktaş has probably had the worst run out of all of them, as it's not forgivable for BX Brothers, Guild, and Bra, but I think that the players on those teams, you can sort of see them being done towards here. But for Beşiktaş, this is a very poor result from them.
Yeah, it's not ideal. They only got 7 points yesterday, which is the second worst day of anyone, and the worst day being Guild with only a single point on the first day. So it's really not a good record to have. They got 12 points on that first day as well. It has been a bit of a disaster for the guys over on that roster. I am looking at K1 there in 16th place and thinking that they also should be stepping up a little bit, right? Beşiktaş were in danger during the league stages. They qualified in 19th out of the 20 teams that got through, just I think it was like 1 point ahead of the bubble. But K1, they were up there on 80 points, right? They were really safe. They got 50 points in a single day. They've managed to make it. I love these graphics that are being churned out, by the way. Thunder Talk going to the top there. And what is that, a Phoenix? Helping them out? Goodness me. That's a pretty big advantage, having a Phoenix.
It is, yeah. But I think the idea is that they've risen again. 65 points. Were you wrong, John?
65 points in a single day. That's what I said.
Oh, you said 64.
S2G got 64 on day 3 of league stage.
Of course. Okay, I'm getting all mixed up. Well, risen from the ashes and have made their way all the way to the top of the lobby, which is cool to see. Which is very, very cool to see. And it has been a blazing hot performance from them throughout the entirety of this one. There was some moments where it looked a little bit rough, but they were still firing out with some pretty big gusto there. I do think that TTQ had a moment at the start of the knockout stage where they changed their playstyle up to be more passive, a little less aggressive, and more patient. I didn't like that. I think that TTQ kind of works very well off the back of being an aggressive team, a team who takes big flex outs, who goes for these off angles and are able to take some amazing shots, good hits over towards other teams. Overall, very, very well done to TTQ. And if they perform like this, you know what, John? They might be heading over towards the EWC, the PMWC, over at 25th of July through to the 3rd of August, 2025. So that is this year, by the way. So for TTQ, this is a big opportunity to show other teams what they can do over on the main stage. You can see right there, just underneath me, I believe it's there. Oh my God, first time every time.
Well, you know.
But yeah, so the PMWC, EWC will be happening over on those dates, 25th of July through to 3rd of August. Don't miss it. It's going to be a blast.
No, it should be a great time. I'm hoping that everyone's going to enjoy themselves there, but it is a question of getting there first. And you're right, Thunder Talk, if they keep playing like they did yesterday, that's great. But I will say that their day one, and as you said at the beginning of the knockout stages, it was very different from them. 16 points, which is really lackluster. They are really setting on that day two as being sort of the linchpin of their performance here. They got a 3rd place, a 2nd place, a 1st place. Their other match was a 7th, but they got 12 elims, so a huge amount of points. They didn't get any fewer than 8 elims on any single match. I feel like that sort of track record is not maintainable. I don't think we've ever seen anyone maintain that for more than a day, maybe a day and a half. But generally that starts to slip. So they've put up their big numbers now. For day 3, it's a question of maintaining that. If they want to be in with a chance of getting these podium positions, that would be great. They did get 4th place in the league stage, so they are a little bit of a hopeful here for one of our qualification spots. Because remember, Regnum Carya won the PMGO earlier this year, which opened up an extra slot for Pmsl Europe to get that 4th slot into the PMWC. Right, we were normally allocated 3. A lot of other regions only allocated 3, but because of that Regnum Carya win, they added that extra slot. So 4th place is good enough to see yourself to Riyadh.
It is. It's going to keep people very happy, at least here in PMSL EU, with an extra slot to work with. And we get to see more of PMSL EU in the EWC, which is always fantastic as well. So super pleased to see that. I'm really quite excited for what's going to be going forward here. I think there are a lot of teams that can make up towards that top 4. We are not just having another tournament again where you have 4 teams that you kind of go, that one, they're going to make it. Here we have quite a lot of variance of what could happen over towards those finals, who could come out on top, who's going to go for that smash ruling as well. I'm excited for it. Very, very excited for it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how it all unfolds as we start to trim down the field, and especially in the finals, having that be a dedicated 16 that plays repeatedly. I think that is really also going to be a change in dynamics that these players are going to have to get used to, because it's never going to be the same, right? It's never going to be the same setup throughout any of these stages in the tournament. During league stage, beg your pardon, you're swapping out half the lobby each day. During the knockout stage, you're swapping out 1/4 of the lobby every single match. And then in the finals, you've got a consistent 16 that are playing every single time. So there is that sort of weird inertia to play style adaptations that you'll see that will come through that can, I think, unnerve some teams. But it's a question of being able to chill, to hang out, and just be a chill guy in those scenarios, you know?
So I guess so, John. But yeah, there is a lot of variance, in my opinion, of how teams are going to play on that finals. But you're right. I think there are a couple of squads who can relax, chill back a little bit, and play a bit more of a passive play style. I think for S2G and Regnum Carya, they're kind of winning just off the back of a lot of placement points in those games, and sometimes that is just requiring a bit more of a chilled out and relaxed approach to the game. I think for Fenerbahce as well, they have a very, very interesting way that they are playing out a lot of these end games, and that is to lose 2 of your teammates and then go on as 2 and do very well off the back of that. I think that needs to change. It is nice you're getting to the end game frequently. It's not so nice that it happens with just the 2 players, and a lot of times it is just Razy as well as Savian taking up that role.
Yeah, you hope that some of the other players could maybe survive a little bit longer as well, and help things out with Solke and Simple wanting to stay alive a little bit longer into the later games. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Fenerbahce, they're not doing too bad, right? They're not doing too bad. They're in that second place, 71 points, tied up with RUKH Esports. They're in prime position to keep this one under control, which is good. It's a real good turn up since their league stage, placing in 11th. Over there, so wanting to break free of the middle of the pack, which is kind of where it felt like they had played to during the league stage, right? They played to the middle of the pack, but during the knockouts, they've been really consistent. 37 points, 34 points over 2 days. That's how you want to build your scoreline, as opposed to the Thunder Talk 16 and then 65 points. I feel like it's a lot more calming to have just these high 30s just repeatedly being added up onto the cards. It's going to feel a little bit more chilled out. Let's take another look at our overall standings so we can get a feel for where everyone's sat.
Yeah, I think it'd be really nice to take a look at this first page again, just because there are quite a few teams on here that we didn't really touch on. Flux are able to do a little bit better, but you can still see that their placement points are lacking. But the big teams that we're looking over towards is probably from that 7th to 1st place, right? With BWNRX, Barsay, S2G, Regnum Carya, and RUKH Esports, notably. I think this is definitely a big team to take a look at, specifically because when you look at RUKH Esports, they were really struggling yesterday over on Sanhok. They weren't having the greatest of performances there, John. They were getting battered over on boot camp. A lot of teams realized that it's quite a weakened area on the map for them. So for RUKH Esports to be there in 3rd place, I think it's an impressive result for them so far. Yes, 20 of their points are off 2 chicken dinners, at least from placements. But, 40 elims, I would say that's quite a respectable amount.
I mean, yesterday on some of those other matches, right, they were able to get 12 elims in match number 2. They got 11 elims on their second Sanhok of the day, on 2nd place as well for game number 4. So for RUKH Esports, they had a pretty good time farming those elims yesterday. And here again, we have that back page. It's interesting to consider how this is all going to unfold, right? You expect that teams like Boars, like Falcons, are going to be able to get at least 15 points today, and see themselves nice and safe. From 13th downwards, it starts to get a little bit more risky. You think that maybe any of these teams could be in danger, right, if they just draw short on these games. And it does really start to get worrying down towards RUKH on 34. They would much prefer to be higher up on those points, but that's not how it goes, unfortunately. You only get the points that you earn. And 9 points ahead of the bubble is not a comfortable place to be, especially when the lobby is so volatile, right? When you've got a real change in vibe from match to match based on which teams are in, and a single big game is all it's going to take, right, to catapult you up and to catapult them down from that 17th place or 16th place.
There is like that case where we were looking at as well. It's just very, very interesting things. And I mean, we do have to get through our overalls a little bit quicker earlier on, but it's nice to take a good look at them right there and then, just to see like how things have shaped up. Where K1 currently over towards 16th, like that is a wild position for K1 to be in, considering how well they did in that league stage, and they had a lot of aggression. But you'll note that back then I also said that I don't think that they can keep up that kind of performance. It's not sustainable, where they were taking a lot of these third parties, trying to take advantage of the lobby. And now the lobby's getting a little bit tighter in their rotations. They're understanding the movements of other teams. You're seeing less and less sloppy fights between teams that can be capitalized on by those third parties. And K1's just not finding those little cracks in the circle to squeeze their way in, where they can pick up 3 or 4 eliminations off the back of a one fight. Similarly, I was a little bit sad to see IDA down there. They're not in the danger zone just yet, but I do think IDA can do a lot better. I think they have struggled here during the knockout stage. I think for me personally, if I am looking at that, I think it's because they've made a lot of adjustments from league stage. They've realized what kind of mistakes they're making, and now they're trying to overcorrect on that side, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is going to weigh on your point scoring.
Yeah, certainly for now. I think for IDA, though, they do have the capacity to sort of jet boost up those tables, right? They qualified from league stage up in 3rd place, right, with 98 points. It was actually tied 2nd, lost the tiebreaker to BWNRX. So they qualified 3rd place through that, 98 points. They definitely have the capacity to put the thrusters on and see how far they can go. So I'm not too worried for IDA. Like you say, it is a little bit worrying. It's going to sit heavily, but they do have a big capacity to outperform the rest of the lobby. We haven't quite seen it so far in the knockouts. We'll have to wait and see if they can deliver today as we head into our first match. It's Miramar.
Straight into it. Here, Miramar on our screens from that northwest side in ruins down towards the southeast, towards Plateau. So quite a lot of the eastern side of the map is cut out, and generally a lot of our teams like to stay over towards that side of the map. Funnily enough, it's RUKH who drops in ruins, which is a very odd spot to start things off with, and I'll tell you why, because it's very much out of the area. A lot of teams realize that it's not the greatest in terms of loot capacity either. And I think, again, purely because it's so out of the way, doesn't give you the most optimal of rotational paths back into the circle. A lot of teams don't like that area. But for RUKH, they've made it their own. And on this plane path in particular, it does help them out a lot. They have a lot more time to loot, move down towards the regional pot, so swing by depending on where the circle ends up.
Yeah, there is a lot of rotational capacity from that, which is kind of that flip side, right? So they'll hope that they can get to the circle nice and convincingly. That plane is drifting. It's Tokyo drifting down at the bottom of the map. Look at that. I love it.
So it is.
He's going back. He's going backwards. That is one talented pilot making that one work. Over on our first Miramar of the day. Circle over to La Bandita. Sort of slap bang in the center. A nice little bullseye in the middle of this first zone. So teams are going to head out to the east.
Heading over towards that side of the map. There is Los Leones, which is a big old point of interest on this map. A lot of players do not like playing down towards there. They will attempt to sit themselves up on the side of Los Leones before even wanting to play in that area. But Impala's currently open. Barsay is going to head over on that way to start off with. TTQ's also getting over towards the far eastern side of the map. Barsay actually might just opt to stick around towards Los Leones, honestly. But it is FUT heading down towards Puerto Paraíso. There's a lot of loot there. Yeah, tons of that area on the eastern side of the map not taken up.
I mean, with the plane path all the way on the western edge, it's not too surprising to see teams haven't made their way out there yet. I'm expecting to see a bit of a migration, especially with the circle as it is, so we'll have to wait maybe a little bit longer. But teams are opting to loot first before they go for these moves. But you're right, I'm maybe somewhere that people could swing past if they want to go for a bit of a later loot, and see if they can pick some goodies up on the way. But for now, we'll have to bide our time. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see where our teams are going to go.
Zone 2 is usually where things get a little bit more drastic in terms of the rotations and the capabilities. So for the time being, we're sort of just looking over towards our teams, how they're doing so far. For RUKH, it is a hell of a long distance. They head out over towards that southeast side. They've got a bit of a journey ahead of them, as do Beşiktaş. So for two of our teams currently in that really rough area of the leaderboards, a long journey ahead of them. It's time to get the walking stick out, get a move on. Zedwolf is going to glide across the land.
He's all the way down on the southwest side, so nothing really that needs to be too concerned with. Dive bombing onto the roof of the warehouse, though. Double checking. Seeing what's going on. And down he goes. Parkour. Only a tickle of damage. How far is that drop? That's got to be at least like 20 feet, right?
It's pretty far. But he's got the iron knees for the exact situation.
Yeah. Oh, the iron knee.
What?
Don't worry. It's fine. It wasn't that good. We can move on.
But there was no irony there.
No, and that is pretty...
Don't say ironic, because it's not.
It's not. No, it's not. You know what? That's fine. You win some, you lose some. K1, again, on that bubble, 31 points. Having to move on in. You talked about a couple of the teams needing to accelerate away. K1 is indeed one of those teams as well. Currently on the north side of the circle, fairly chill for now. Teams yet to really come into contact with one another. We are now 5 minutes into the zone, so we'll have to wait perhaps a little bit more to be able to see this one. The blue is already pushing in, so we'll see in the next 3 minutes our stage 2 circle shrink on through, and I think that's really going to be the major go time. In the midst of all of that blank, Thundertalk have moved over to Impala, so they managed to wrap their way around. They pushed over there to the east side of the circle.
I think it's a very reasonable rotate. A little bit risky heading through Los Leones, but if you can get your head down, tuck in, pretty easy to make that rotate across. And I think they got a lot of vehicles off the back of that one as well. Fireflux head up over towards Minas Generales, so it's a nice place for them to start off this game, dead center. Not quite with Labandita being that central area of this map, but despite all of it, you don't really want to be heading in towards Labandita early anyway. It gives you very little sightlines. I don't know if that was a good idea, taking out that window like that. Also, they were all very much waiting and ready for him to make that hop out, which feels very cruel.
Won't go down for it, though. No punishment beyond some bit of damage and probably a jump scare or two. Solke still quite close to Beşiktaş there. Maybe too close, and we'll have to get on out behind the cover. 3-point turn to navigate through. Just needed to get behind the concrete to stop those bullets from finding their way to him. Interesting. He's biding his time. He's waiting for them to rotate around and change his exit strategy. Interesting to see where he wants to go. Fenerbahçe, they've moved in as well towards this circle. They are not quite fully in this one. I believe they're all the way up on the north side right now, close to Beşiktaş, as we saw before. They'll have to get a little bit closer, but they're right on that rim of the circle. So they don't have too far to go. They are just waiting, seeing what they can gather in terms of information for the teams pushing in behind them.
There's a lot of open ground as well on that north side of the map around Hacienda, around Truck Stop, El Azahar, a huge amount of high grounds. So I think if you are playing on that north side, you do have a pretty easy approach towards this circle going forward. Fenerbahçe like to start over towards water treatment, which is definitely a place on the map to want to drop in. I don't always value it very highly, but Fenerbahçe have made it work this tournament. So I'm not going to knock it right now, considering it's not really seen them too wrong so far. S2G fast towards the center, as they usually will go for. A very central team, does well with it. But we've not seen a massive amount of chicken dinners coming through from S2G recently. And that has been due to quite a bit of disconnect, I would say, between the players on that squad. Each individual player is really good in their own right. But the team play feels slightly worse than some of the other squads inside of our lobby. If I was to take a look at any, I would look at RUKH Esports in particular. I think their team play is what allows that team to stay up towards that third place position.
I'm tied for second as well, so a little bit of a deadlock. Circle goes to a little bit to the northern side here, over towards Minas Generalis, north of La Bendita Crater. That keeps that graveyard in as well, so the hills that sit north of La Bendita are going to be really important here. S2G already in that central location, looking for potentially church positions around there. Beşiktaş looking to descend, so are IDA, and in the middle there, that's Flux as well, towards Minas Generalis, who have a decent chunk of it.
When you look towards this map in particular, this does head a little bit further towards that north side. I wouldn't say it was a central circle, but remember, we were talking about how there was really no teams on the north side of the circle in the first place. I think that Fenerbahçe, they have a great opportunity here to go for the high ground that sits over towards the west side of Truck Stop. They can play from that, and that will give them a fantastic advantage going into this game. RUKH is still attempting to make their way in. I wonder if they wrap all the way around to El Azahar and try pulling that way, as they know that the team will be taking up residence over towards that north side. There is a nice compound that sits on that northwest side. I also see why teams aren't going there straight away, because it is very open around that area, and it's not confirmed to head over towards the northwest. Likely that'll see more play if we see a northwest circle come through on Zone 3.
We'll have to wait for Zone 3 for about a minute and a half. It will be a lot sooner than certainly some of our teams will probably like. S2G playing a wide split on their northwestern side. Falcons, they are trying to push in. They're currently in Picado and do need to get closer through. This is not in the next zone, so they have to figure out where they're going to go. Maybe challenge RUKH Esports here. They could also potentially try and wrap all the way south, but everywhere north of Los Leones is really, really jam-packed, and I think that the Falcons may be looking at the first fight of this circle to move on in. I believe that's the first knock, though, to be found, as BX Brothers lose a player. FUT able to earn the first point.
That's a bait right there. That's an easy bait over towards the loot crate. Because when it's so far in the open like that, and there is a lot of availability for teams to be here early, if they're still looting that bad boy, it is a hook on the end of a string. So I think for BX Brother, they get caught in what was a well-laid trap. Likely another player to fall there. So just 2 players now remaining for BX Brothers. Again, there was a couple of teams that we could have called at the start of the day that likely weren't going through towards those finals. I think BX Brothers was one of them. Bishke was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for that team, but he can't really 1vx anymore versus what is a much more difficult lobby to play in.
Yeah, it's not working out for them, unfortunately. Them Beşiktaş Guild not having a good time. Circle pops, and it's down southwest here, Blank. So keeping La Bendita as a major feature. This, I think, is good for Thunder Talk, right? That gives them a lot of control over the eastern side of this circle. BWNRX will try and push on through. I'm interested to see how effectively and how, indeed, Thunder Talk opts to try and defend this. You can see they're putting a lot of pressure onto BWNRX, actually moving all of their players out to this same sightline. For that, they will find Kine, and he will get flushed away as well. So BWNRX losing a player. Thunder Talk hold on to this east side nice and convincingly.
Yeah, it's a great pickup, actually, coming through from Symphony, who has been on a roll recently for TTQ. Pleased to see it. Not all been down to Nico. Yeah, BWNRX, they were hoping to get in down towards the south side, but TTQ take a good opportunity to pick up this area of the map, which has a little bit of cover to play in. And like you say, they only really need to hold up on that eastern edge. Their most difficult moment in the game will come when they have to wrap around Minas Generalis and La Bendita on that north side or down towards the south. That's going to be difficult for them, but I wouldn't put it past them just to rock up towards the team and take some pot shots.
It's going to be something they'll definitely consider. We'll have to see how they're able to do so. Beşiktaş will have to move fairly quickly, but making sure that vehicle's perfectly parked. Doesn't want to get a ticket. And we'll have to be on the road fairly quickly. Blue Zone's putting pressure on IDA, poking their nose, or rather, Beşiktaş poking their noses in towards IDA, who've been here for a while now. On a split, neighbors to S2G. Beşiktaş slowly creeping in behind, trying to backfill onto IDA's position.
I think they'll find it hard, though, John. It's a lot of open space to work with. Beşiktaş aren't likely going to find their way in here too easily. Swain spots one, though, and right now IDA is being a little bit lax with their defense.
Meanwhile, on the southeast side, BWNRX have more fighting on their hands. They have taken a knock, but there is an answer. A second knock. Okay, sent over towards Fenerbahçe, but that leaves them in a 2 versus 2. Razy gets flushed, which is nasty news for them. The team competing for second place, and BWNRX now have a little bit of the tide turned their way. Frozen tries to get away, but the nade catches him. The spray down is good. A really nice pickup there. That's actually Thunder Talk taking shots over towards Fenerbahçe as well. We're going to be able to steal away that point. Look at that flex out coming through from Kairos now, putting pressure onto BWNRX on the north side. Shots over towards Fenerbahçe as well. I think the Falcons are chiming in as well. They've moved out to the eastern edge to third party.
Yeah, Falcons need to have more impact here, especially when the circle moves over towards the northwest. Most of these teams have to conclude their fights down towards the southeast side because they've got to get a move on it. Lebedita now becomes almost that jail gate that sits between them and the game itself. S2G though and Regnum Carya very pleased with their central positions on the map. Both have good compounds to play around with. Regnum Carya might need to regroup towards zone 6, but for the time being, I think they're quite comfortable on this 2-2.
I think La Bandita may have just become a tomb. For teams looking to push in from this southeast side, it may be the only option, but right now K1 hold the entire crater, but getting out of it is notoriously difficult. I'd be interested to see if K1 are able to do so, or if they're just going to try and go for those points. Thunder Talk, they lost a player to the play zone, but they will have to push further on in. Everybody's suffering here. Falcons eliminated. First team to go down now. They got a little bit too bold. They actually tried to send into the La Bandita crater. That is a bad time.
Yeah, it's a poor result from Falcons. They are having some pretty abysmal games at the moment. And I do think that they are just not up to the level right now. They certainly have been in the past, but here it looks very painful watching Falcons. I know we probably have a lot of Falcons fans in the chat, but yeah, it is not the Falcons of old. Over towards Enigma Galaxy. They're not finding these big pickoffs around the map. They're struggling. I think it is due to this fast-paced nature of here in PMSL EU, where in North America in the past it's been a case of that fast-paced nature, but with little to no macro thrown in. But here's fast-paced as well thought out. Symphony rocks up, but BWNRX will finish off Symphony. TTQ down to just the one player, but they have accrued 4 eliminations on the map, so it's not a net zero game for them.
Certainly underperforming from yesterday, but still, yeah, you're right. It's a nice trundle game. You just keep it on rolling, keep everything moving, nice and smooth. You can get a placement point, brilliant. Striker potential to be able to actually sit on this crater and just kind of survive for the time being. FUT do not have to move from this high ground. K1 are in on the center of this of the crater. It was actually onto Regnum Carya's compound, by the way, that not actually into that crater. They just tried to send straight on through. But Regnum Carya, they're all 4 players alive. They're able to just sweep through Falcons fairly easily. Nothing really to worry about for them. BWNRX with their last player, and guess who it is? Of course it's Zed Wolf. Has a buggy. I don't think he's going to be able to get too much further on this one, though. 3 first aids, he can survive for a while, but as soon as it hits stage 5, it's going to tick all the harder on this blue zone. So getting an Elam point extra would be brilliant. Just don't see it happen.
RUKH down the hill. They had a long journey to get here. They were able to get on that north side. Flux also similarly loving the position they had over towards the north. But Fenerbahçe did go down. They struggled to make it work from that northern position. Aussie will find Kiss You from Beşiktaş as BRX Esports move further and further in. But that's a great pickup over towards Beşiktaş at this stage of the game. That will be taken out. Could be an RX
They have gone all the way out. Next circle goes away from the Lavendita crater. But S2G, I mean, this is the sort of circle like we saw from them in the final day of league stages, right? They had an absolutely monumental amount of help from the circle. Seems like that's going to happen again here. And with Thundertalk going down early, S2G looking to put a dent in that gap. But Regnum Carya as well, ahead of them on the tables, and currently also in a decent spot to try and make this one a nice point-scoring game for them.
I think realistically for S2G, this is not so much circle look, but it's more a case of they make quick decisions and they play center, right? They play over towards the western side of Sanhok. They took a very, very quick rotate over towards this position, took up Longhouse, and that's a great spot. Remember, the center of the circle was Lavendita right at the start of the game, so it's not unlikely that S2G just saw that and sent out towards this compound, and it's worked out well for them since.
We will have to try and keep this one going. They want a couple more elims, though, for their central position. Plenty more to farm on up. Fireflux on this northern side. With a little bit of danger, but RUKH seem to be getting handled repeatedly here on the edge. So time for RUKH in 15th place either.
Fireflux will finish off RUKH. 15th place, like you said, 34 points total. K1 still going, looking for a bit of a better game here, but with 12 teams still up, we are not getting over towards those placement points just yet, and they only have one elim on the match.
Thundertalk going down with 4 elims, 85 points now in first place. It's Bra with a challenge, Fenerbahçe. Close fire right on top of them. Regnum Carya, sorry. Going to be trying to defend this compound that they've been in for quite a while. Silas keeping it on lock in the building. Quantum is low. Yekta trying to chime in for FUT on the southeast side, but Regnum Carya still on the defense of this compound. 2 of their players down, 3 of their players down now as well, and FUT are starting to slurp up all of these elim points as well, with 5 now found from the southeast side.
FUT getting a lot off this game. 5 elims so far. They're breaching over towards that position on the leaderboard where it's very hard to drop down towards into that danger zone. Having more and more teams confirming their positions over towards the finals right now. Regnum Carya were struggling. Silas trying to put the fear of God in the enemy team by just spraying that M249. But in comes Barsay.
A little bit of a sweep on in. 1 player knocked on the approach. And Brat looking to hold the center of this compound. 10 teams now remain. They are starting to take casualties. Brat, forward position knocked, but it's on the second floor. Makes it a little bit harder to confirm this flush. We'll need a nade to put on in there. Merciless is down, but 2 players from Barsay going to keep the charge going on forwards. Gabri leaning outside, trying to connect with these nades, getting a little bit of damage, but not really finding those knocks. And the heals come through from Barsay. They're not committing or going for this res. They just want to try and make it work with 3. Trying to put in ordnance through the door. Gabri repositions.
Yeah, sticking got on the wall there as well, funnily enough. That, I would classify that probably as circle look. That is dead central. But they should get a chicken dinner off this, and they don't get a chicken dinner, I will be quite upset with the way things come out for S2G. We're heading closer and closer towards that end game now, John. Good nades at the moment, though, for Bra. And Barsay can't quite make their way in towards these buildings.
They've really been trying, and Bra have managed to pick themselves back up as well. It's just Elvis to be resible here now, as Merciless did get back up, but his teammates now not so lucky. A nice rebuff on the south side, but K1 now looking to leave the Lavendita crater. They've been chilling for a while. They have lost 2 of their players, but that can be a nice little help to the team looking to move on into the Bra compound. K1 actually just sending past them instead. They're going all the way out wide, trying to go further to the west towards BRX Esports and maybe into the S2G sightlines. Icy does manage to catch Slonik, and there will be only 1 K1 player left, crashing straight into the forward point for BRX Esports. You've got to imagine you're not lasting long there.
Good shots from Merciless. I don't know why he didn't try and pick up Elvis. I think he maybe just knew that the game was done and didn't want to pass across the elimination point to someone else or Bra. But for Bra, a good game so far. 7 elims. We talked about miracle runs. This is the start of one. It We'll find out very shortly as we head into more of our games if that run can be kept up, or will we need to stop off for water along the way and come down towards those last places.
Have to wait and see. 8 teams now remain. The placement points kicking in. Soulless nade over the top. On this north side, it's getting pretty chock-a-block. You can see 2 teams of 4 posturing to move further south. Black Esports have this wide split going on further south of this, and Beşiktaş, with their remaining players also laying landmines in the way, will be pretty difficult to deal with. But they take a shot, they take a knock from S2G in the middle of the circle. Actually, Regnum Carya still have operatives in the building, and Wild will be still fragging out. 8 elims now found.
For Wild, we know that this guy is a solo warrior. Gabri is taken down there. I think that's by S2G off in the distance, who are starting to have impact on the game. Beşiktaş with 0 eliminations, but potentially might be able to find 1 placement point. Here's IDA. Trying to push themselves further up the roster. 3 elims so far, 42 points found. I'm personally thinking around 54, 55 is safe. That's going to keep you very, very easy towards the knockout stages. IDA still need to go a little bit further than that, though.
Yeah, you hope. I mean, if you want to be truly, fully confident in safety, it's getting over that 60-point margin that will make you feel sort of without any worry that teams are going to try and push past you, right? That's really what you want to be. IDA trying to challenge for that. They said they wanted to go a little bit further, but with the nades sent their way by Fireflux, it's not looking super happy for them. Fireflux wanted to confirm their spot as well, as Solus wants to try and find those final 2 spray downs. None of them have been knocked. A little bit of damage sent both ways. That nade looks pretty good, and we'll find both of them. A lovely little dunk there from Ketch to pick up the final 2 knocks against IDA, who go down in 7th place.
Very top-heavy game in terms of those elimination points, with 8 of them going across to Fireflux, as well as Regnum Carya taking 8. Broad did fall in the middle of all of that, but they got 7 elims. It's not great, it's not terrible. I don't think they got many placement points off the back of that. That does now sit them behind by just 1 point over towards RUKH.
Yeah, 17th place bubble, 33 to 34. The difference between qualification and not, it's pretty closely fought right now. And I mean, at this point, it absolutely is circle luck for S2G. They're happy to play it, and they've got 4 elims for it. But they will have to contest against Black Esports further to the west, that hill that sits out there, which is a really difficult position to assail, especially when you've got S2G playing the compound beneath you. I'm thinking that this is going to be a Black Esports versus S2G final circle, but we'll have to wait and see, because there is a little opening found, and Fireflux are rolling up onto Black Esports' northern flank. They have managed to take down Matcap to slow things down, and Ketch is very, very low as well.
Ooh, 1 tag would do it, but Ketch actually lives through all of that. 1 nade coming over the top. It's so much as breathes on him. It will be game over for him. Crazy he lives that long. Black Esports taking a tremendous amount of casualties on the top side. There's a long nade over the top, but Scarface is already up into the rock.
Septimus trying to stay safe. Marcos is down, but there is a Regnum Carya flank as well onto Black Esports now. They're playing with 2. It's all come crashing down. I thought they had a really strong hold there, but Fireflux completely obliterate it on the push, and a third-party potential as well coming from the other side, leaving Lord Cedric to play behind this crate. He's got a teammate up top, but he's dealing with Wild on the off angle. That is a put down there over towards Lord Cedric. Scarface finds it. It's all up to Lux for Black Esports to try and stay safe, but Fireflux descend. Wild is challenging over the hillside. He finds 1, but that is all he'll get. It's Regnum Carya down first, but Black Esports soon to follow.
Wild coming in there to try and pick up the pieces off the back of that, try and bump the point scoring up, is pretty cheeky. This is what I like about S2G. They weren't comfortable just sit inside this compound. They know that a lot of the fighting is happening over towards the west, so they flex out. They've cleared the majority of the eastern side. I think there is, or was, a player up 4 still in that area, still in that region. Yeah, for S2G, they're happy just to send this one over. 3 teams remaining. For Beşiktaş, getting a 2nd place will be huge for them. In terms of the points, they are very low down in the lobby.
any points they can get would be hugely beneficial, but they've got no elims right now, blank, which means that it's going to be single-digit points here for Beşiktaş. Not in this next circle, so we'll have to move as it pushes him in. And Swain, you can see how little cover he's got to play with here. The question is anybody going to pay attention to this angle, right? Are S2G going to be keeping an eye on this shack? Do they expect someone to be there? They'll know that there's at least 2 teams remaining. They'll probably know that Flux are up as 4, so they'll be wary of solo players, which means that alarm bell should be ringing in the minds of the Flux team, of S2G as well, that shack could be deadly.
Scarface gets taken out first, and that's by Swain, who struggles to get back in the building. Helmet caught on the door frame somehow, some way. That does leave now Flux down to the 3 players, but a lot of elims on side, John. A lot of elims.
I think they're up to 12 here, but they are slowly being taken down. Actually, pretty quickly being taken down. S2G just roll over the top of the hill with a little assist from Swain. S2G close down the match for a chicken dinner. They want that top spot back.
How they do want a lot of the points back. I think for when you're looking at Flux, they're trying to get back towards the top of the tables. I was quite happy to see S2G get themselves a win there. I was talking about the teamwork, the team play, and how that needed to come back into the fold. I was looking for that this entire time. I think with a circle like that one, I appreciate that they go center, they can hold that type of building, and they're very proactive in their approach when it comes to those shots.
Yeah, they were flexing out towards the end. It's exactly what they needed to do, and they got a decent chunk of points for it. Regnum Carya getting quite a lot of elims during that match means that jumping up the tables may be a little bit tricky, but they will have put a massive dent in it. Also, for Flux, that game will have sealed them into the finals. They will definitely be going there now. I think, what was it, like 13 elims and second place. That's getting on for almost 20-point game just off that second place. So they'll be up pretty firm in those qualification spots. Won't be in too much danger. As I said, you just want to be getting over that 60-point boundary to feel nice and safe, very secure. We're expecting the bubble to be in the mid to low 50s for that 16th, 17th place drop-off.
With that being the case, there is a lot of teams that kind of on that cusp now, John, right? Where one good game, or a couple of just decent games would send you over that edge, and you're in a position there where you can just wipe the sweat off the forehead and just be done with it, realistically, at that point. But it's always those final days. It's always those final days, isn't it, where everyone towards the bottom of the lobby suddenly decided, we don't like being down here anymore. We need to get out. It's like, day one, you should be realizing this, that there is not a nice place to be, and we need to see more action out of you. I think, again, with these more short form tournament formats, where we have 3 days, 3 days, 3 days, and every single time we're cutting away some more of the roster, I don't think you can just be like, well, let's see how tomorrow goes. I think every single day, if something doesn't go well, you got to just think to yourself, how can we improve?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, even if you're not necessarily in a place to win a tournament like this, improving, it's a much longer term benefit as well, right? You're playing for the next tournament. You're playing for your next opportunity as well. You develop your brand as a player. You develop your brand as as coaches, as analysts, that sort of thing as well. So even if you aren't going to be able to place first, which for a team like Beşiktaş at this point, for a team like Guild, it's not going to happen, right? They're just not going to be in first place at the end of today.
But
you can still...
Could you get out?
learn a lot of lessons, right? You can get a lot of value out of games like this, out of tournaments like this, even if it's not the money, the prize pool earning, even if it's not the pedigree of getting a first place finish, you still do have value to find.
There's that final blow coming through. And a lot, we saw Hamzy doing a lot there, but I think that a lot of the damage came through from Icy. And Icy has been really giving it over the past couple of days. But our MVP, surprisingly, is Wild from Regnum Carya. Got 6 eliminations from him. I think they ended on 9 or 8 total. So Wild basically did the entirety of the heavy lifting. We know that Wild is the survivalist for that team. And he certainly does live a long time there on Miramar.
Yeah, they had that crash from the Falcons straight into them. I think they just got 3 points off the rip. I think Wild did quite a lot on that hold with a really big spray down for him and then carried on as that solo, right? We saw the fights starting to pop off around the other side of that La Bendita crater, which is such a treacherous bit of land. It's similar to like Quarry in Sanhok, where it's sort of creates these channels that you have to fight linearly through on either side of it, right? Because you're kind of crunched up against that lip and really nowhere to go other than just straight forwards if you can try and make it. Wild didn't get top damage though. That goes to Icy from S2G. So 996, not quite in the 4 digits, but close enough as makes no difference.
We were talking about Icy a lot, or at least I've been talking about Icy a lot, and I think it makes sense. I think he's been doing a huge amount of work for the team. I don't mind that though. I think it's less of a Zedwolf scenario where you're thinking, is Zedwolf going to get a break? Who's going to take care of Zedwolf when Zedwolf's gone? Here, for Icy, it's more of an instance. League stage, Hamzy G, as well as Kelsey, really did a huge amount of the heavy lifting. I think it's only fair that Icy now steps up to the plate here as we go through into the knockout stage. But look at that. Only 2 limbs, but hell, that guy was blasting around the lobby. 996 damage and only 2 limbs. It's wild.
4 knockouts though, so a lot of those may have been picked up by Hamzy, but yeah, he was having some of his loot pilfered there and may have been MVP by rights, but that's not how it works. Only 65 damage taken. That's because, of course, they were sat safe inside that compound. Really nothing to worry about there. A nice team effort. I mean, they get a lot of help from the circle in that match, right? It just keeps shrinking on their compound. And in the end, it's a very simple push out to the west side. Every single team didn't opt to crash the compound. They went to the hill to that west side. As soon as BRX Esports showed vulnerability, that was the major play that was being made across the lobby. So rightly so, S2G are able to clean that up. And they take the chicken dinner for it with a healthy chunk of points to boot on the elims.
Here is X on our screen. Taking some good shots towards the early game. They had a pretty cool skirmish there, but these are just the overall highlights from the game. I think TTQ could have had a much better game, but that circle was tough. It's always tough when Labadita becomes such a big feature within the circle. It really does cut you out from a lot of strong positions. This was hilarious play coming through from Silas where he just holds down his thumb on the fire button and just lets rip. Pretty nice to see.
Yeah, that's how it works sometimes. You just got to put the damage down range and hope that it works out. And it seems to have been for him this time around. Regnum Carya pretty happy on that northern side. I think obviously Wild doing so much more work for them, but still, they're pretty happy. Up towards the top side of the tables as well, so can't sniff at that. BRX Esports, it felt like that crash from Fireflux shouldn't have been as strong as it was. They were just allowed to cross that open field. S2G didn't really take too many shots over towards it, and it felt like maybe they could have had more of an impact with the Fireflux, but it did help with getting rid of BRX Esports in the meantime. And a nice little close down there, the rollout, assisted by Swain.
I think for S2G, it's more of a case of where they see where they are in the circle. In their minds and our minds, and you at home probably as well, you see it and you think to yourself, that's a secure chicken dinner. I don't think they wanted to make too many mistakes. I also think if you look over towards TTQ and your S2G, you're like, well, they're an inconsistent team. When they pop off in a big way. For us on S2G, we're much better at just getting those consistent points every single day in, day out. So this is what we can improve on over the top of them, potentially pick themselves up $4,000 at the top of the table again. Fireflux, though, got themselves 18 points, just 1 point shy of S2G. With the 12 elims, they're able to pick up that match.
Nice and healthy on that point scoring. FUT with 10, Regnum Carya with 10. These are all excellent results for teams towards the top of the tables, pushing themselves nice and high. I think a big entry here, well, 2 big entries is Beşiktaş with 6, right? Getting 5 placement points and 1 elim, and Bra with 8. That is going to push the bubble just that little bit higher for Beşiktaş. It does push them off the bottom of the tables, but it won't get them too far. I think the bubble at the end of that one was sitting somewhere around 33, 34 points. So I have to see who is going to be where on those tables towards the bottom side. But Thunder Talk still holding that first place. S2G back in the running, second, 83.
83 is a very good result. Like we said, though, TTQ, they are a inconsistent team. They just really do put the work in when they're feeling on their A game. Press2G, their A game comes through every single day. It's not quite as explosive as TCQ, and I still like TCQ as a team. I just think that when you look at those placement points, differentials 37 to the 28, you can see exactly where those big points are coming from. Regnum Carya still at 78, though, not too far behind. But our second page is what we're paying more attention to today, where K1 is on 34 points. Papara Supermassive on 37, RUKH on 34. But look at this. Bra is climbing out from those depths.
Yeah, up on 33, very close behind. Really starting to get closer towards these players in 11th place as well, with a bit of a disappointing game coming on through. You're right, 4 placement points is pretty dismal. With a non-zero factor here of some teams on this page have 8 matches played. They do have an extra match to play. Guild, Papara Supermassive, Boars, they weren't playing in that first match of the day, right? So they do have one more game, which will be a massive asset to them. Even if they can get 5 points on that match, right? That is a massive difference maker when it comes to these slim margins towards 16th and 17th.
Yeah. It's funny to me as well, where we do have those players down towards the bottom of the lobby. And everyone else is slipping further and further down. It's like, we're on 34 points. We're on 34 points. We might drop down to the bottom 17. You look down, it's like, well, the bottom 4 are like 100 feet below us, though. It's not likely they're going to be catching up anytime soon. Bra, they make a standout performance there. But, John, I'm going to ask you honestly, you really think that's going to continue?
No.
Yes, thank you. It's a
I
good,
don't
honest
think
answer.
so. I mean, it's been discordant from them in terms of their approach to this tournament so far. They somehow managed to get 73 points during the league stages, and I'm not entirely sure how that happened. Really, they I guess just found their feet. It's been very little that has been special about them. I think it's safe to say so far in this tournament, but sometimes you don't need to be special. You just need to be ready and raring to go. And the best way to be ready to go is with the INFINIX GT30 Pro. That's right. You can get the Alpha Gaming phone, as they like to call it, making sure that you don't crack and head on into the lobbies of your choice. Maybe one day you'll end up at the Pmsl Europe if you've got the right kit for it. So check out the INFINIX GT30 Pro.
Do you know what I quite like?
What do you
when we look at this guy, this is a very special phone right here.
Yeah.
Just look how big his fingers are in comparison to that bad boy. That's a big phone. That is a big phone for big gaming at the end of the day.
That's like an obelisk, That's like a big old totem coming on through the INFINIX GT30 Pro. Not to scale. But we are going to head to a quick break. We will come back with our second match of the day. I believe that we're going to have a Sanhok on the cards. So make sure that you guys are ready for the jungle, because we will be in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League Europe, and we are going to be heading into Sanhok very, very soon, as we have everything seemingly locked and loaded. I'm pretty happy about that, and it's jungle time.
It is jungle time. Jungle time is the best time of the day. Get out your jungle machetes and your jungle hats. What does a jungle hat look like, John?
It's like an explorer hat, right? Like with the dome on top, like a beige.
Yeah, it's like a brown just
hat.
like a circle rim on
Makes
that bad
you look
boy.
like a right so-and-so.
Yeah, and you would have the beige shirt as well. It's the only way. It's the only way. So get your beige shirt, your jungle machetes, your brown shorts, and your nice brown explorer hat, and we're good to go. Jungle time.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you could flip it, go full Tarzan, but just the loincloth running around in the jungle.
Wow.
It's not going to be a good time for you, though, on Sanhok.
Hopefully not.
You'll just get shot. You need body armor.
Yeah, that and the bushes are going to be like scratching you, and you're going to have a bad time. And not to mention all the leeches and stuff like that in the jungle.
It's true. They do be leeching.
The mosquitoes.
Ooh, that's the worst bit, Do you have allergic reactions to mosquito bites? Is that you? Is that a you vibe?
I just get I bit a lot by mosquitoes.
Okay.
But I know some people just don't get bit by mosquitoes. Like the mosquitoes, like they have an alliance with them.
I'm a fairly minimal bitey, I think.
Really?
I'm
a maximum bitey.
Yeah. You're like,
I am
what color? Yeah, you just don't know what color.
Sacrifice.
You just become like you've got a massive sunburn, but it's actually just mosquito bites.
Yeah, what I do now though is I have like this bug spray. It's just all over my face, and some of these teams will have to get some bug spray of their own. But in this instance, it will have to be team spray. Keeping some of these squads away from them here on Sanhok is going to be imperative. Getting some better results. For a lot of our teams now, it is just more consistent points that are needed. So they need to get their jungle machetes out and chop away at those point scorings. I think it's roughly like 4 or 5 points for most teams now. The rest of the day, we do still have 4 games coming at you, but for our teams, they're only playing 3 more apiece. So for those 3 games, 4 or 5 points each time, I think for a lot of squads, that would sit them in a position where they're 100% going through to the finals. For our teams lower down, it's a bit more of a hectic rush for them right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we've been saying, right, we're expecting the bubble to be in the mid to low 50s, and 60 points is going to be fairly free and clear. Like, you're not going to be worried at all if you're able to pass up that 60-point threshold. So if you're able to jump up there, great. Our bubble currently sits at 33 to 34. Like, it's a 1-point difference between 16th and 17th as it stands. And it feels like we're kind of on track for that low 50-point metric, right? I'm expecting a couple of teams to be able to push some high single digits, maybe low double digits games in the next few matches. They don't have too many more opportunities to do so, right? The maximum that any team is going to have is 4 times on the maps. They will be playing for the rest of the day as well for Guild. I think that's going to be super important. I think for Papara Supermassive as well, these are the 2 teams that really need to accelerate away with that map advantage that they have.
Yes, absolutely. And I think with Papara Supermassive having some good games here and there, but they really have kind of fallen off quite a little bit towards the end of the knockout stage. Been a little bit disappointed by it. Most of their Erangels have been just gone poorly because of the amount of time that they spend in Pachinki fighting up against Falcons. I think that has been a terrible approach. I think not only that, it has hampered their overall scoreline because of the amount of time they spend there, because of the amount of time they're not rotating. More so, looking at the Falcon side of things, I think it's gone one step further, and it has affected their whole mental game, going over towards maps like Sanhok, over towards Miramar. When you are losing on your de facto position over on Pachinki, on Erangel, that does really put the brakes on you. So I think for the boys over on the Falcons, something needs to change over the next 6 days. Either they need to go to a rest and relaxation center, to a spa, and get themselves refreshed. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. Or someone just to tell them that's all going to be okay.
Just give them a hug. Like, come on, bro. You're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. We are going to be heading into Sanhok, and we'll hope that it's all going to be okay for them here as we take to the skies once more. Plane path down the middle of the island, so nothing really special there. And we'll see where our teams are going to drop on out and where the circle is going to end up. We have had one or two pretty crazy circles here on Sanhok, so we'll see if we have a repeat performance.
Guild heading out nice and early. Over towards boot camp, it's looking like, but I think they might send it a little bit further. And RUKH Esports usually taking up that position on the map. Falcons out down towards me. Start things off. And Carya, as per usual, over towards the ruins. They do not have another team surrounding them. I don't believe RUKH will be playing this match out here. We'll take this one out for the time being. They'll play the rest of our games today, which will be Erangel, Miramar into Sanhok.
So all three maps to be played there. Looking out for hot drops, and this group arrangement does seem to be fairly separated, although around Quarry, look at K1, look at BWNRX, potential for some scraps to pop off here as Frozen now sits between Kvik and Capri's. Kakali's there for backup. Could be a BRA third party from Gabri. Maybe just an angle on it. Hard North Circle. We've seen these a few times now. Blank heading up towards Tap Mock. So we'll see how S2G are going to handle their exit from Paradise Resort. That has been a bit of a difference maker. We also want to take a look at how RUKH Esports are going to try and control the area around Boot Camp.
Luckily, this game they won't have to deal with TTQ either. I'm not pushing up that way. Teams should have spied those rotations from yesterday, though, and might adapt to it. Freeze. One. Frozen comes around the corner. He has a slight idea of where he's playing. Pin is pulled. He should know about this. Back.
He's made some steps. He's made some noise. He's taken down to half HP as well. Frozen wanted to put the nade on through. That looks good. That should be the knock. No. Just managed to step forwards enough. Tries to tag on. The healing starting to come through as well. K1 wanting to respond. You can see them starting to get into those vehicles behind. Freeze holding down the angle. And finally, easy for Bad Boys there, but he's already taken super low. Finds another tag as well. That is disastrous for them. May be able to find this healing indeed. He is able to get it. Capri's wants to hop out the sidelines, but being back to play as a duo. Zed Wolf around the edge, spots Capri's, but again, they just can't find these knocks. And there's an answer through the window. Easy for Bad Boy, doesn't go down either. Capri's has, though, and in the meantime, they need to connect. Zed Wolf there, super low, has to put a halt on proceedings and look for the first aid for Easy for Bad Boy, but that's what he was looking for. Finally able to keep things nice and safe, and K1 lose half their players.
I like that from Zed Wolf. I'm even on that amount of HP, he still goes for that trade with him, confident that he's going to find the shot. A lot of other teams would have allowed Easy Bad Boy to relocate, and I think Zed Wolf realizes in that scenario, Kakali is not here fast enough, and he has to lock him inside that room. So even if Zed Wolf went down, he would have delayed long enough for Kakali to get into a better position. But that takes confidence and just knowledge of those locations. But overall, very nice fight. And K1, again, losing 2 players, 34 points. Remember, this is a team at high risk of dropping down. Bra playing again here on Sanhok. They just need to get even scoreline, right? A nice few points on board, because there are a lot of teams that are struggling. K1, Upper Supermassive, Falcons haven't really moved all that much in the past day and a half. This is a big chance for Bra. Similarly for Beşiktaş, but I don't have as much hope towards Beşiktaş's side.
Boars onto Guild. It's Boars' first game today, as it is for Guild. Both trying to prove themselves. Boars looking good on this roller. We know how strong they are on the mechanics. We know these players have got pedigree. But there's the answer from Guild. A nade over towards Havlex. A shutdown over towards Cause. The flush found as well. Guild are suffering, but so are Boars. It's messy on this push flank. It's not going well for either side.
Yeah, this is an extremely ugly fight at the moment for both teams. Default's going to attempt to keep the team in play. But for Boars, there was a little to no strategy here other than just to send directly in towards the compound and hope it works out. I did not like this one bit.
S2G taking a scrap as well across the way. They've managed to pick up a point here, but they've lost a player in response. That was BRA. In the meantime, though, we still continue with Guild trying to find their way through to get these reses. It's dangerous. It's treacherous. This is straight in the middle of the circle as well, Blank, so everybody's going to know about this. Everybody's going to have spotted what is going on. It's all up to default now for Guild to try and keep this match under control, with Pusher taking down one of his teammates. It's only Tree that's resable. He's on the far side of the compound. Needs to win a 1v2.
Default. Out. Shots from the sidelines, though, from IDA, and Boars Gaming haven't quite got the memo just yet, but there are multiple sightlines over towards this one. I think Boars Gaming might have just ruined the chances of Guild there on this game of getting anything done going forward. We've got down to just one player in default. Horrible fight from both teams. Let's be quite frank about it. Let's not beat around the jungle bush. This has been pretty terrible engagement. Boars cannot be doing that in the finals. They will get shut down very quickly.
Flush onto Tree. Still not there. And BRX Esports are taking shots uphill towards IDA. Boars have really slowed things down. I think they've realized that they are so central, it's unlikely that teams are going to have a safe crash over towards them. It's survivability that they may be looking for right now with their super central compound position. Just trying to stay alive, but Pusher has bigger worries, bigger fish to fry, as he has got default around the corner, steps out, and actually, I think, was that coming through from IDA? No, it came from BRX Esports. They were taking shots through the window. You can see them off in the distance. Pusher denied the point, but allowed to live just a moment longer.
Yeah, I mean, he even settles himself down like in sight lines of the door where default just took all that damage. Like, come on, let's get with the program right now. S2G have Icy inside the buildings. Currently holding off versus Carya. He's on their southwest side. Remember, S2G did take a knock slightly earlier on. The circle moves over towards the northwest. It loves playing up here during this tournament here in PMSL EU. You can see all the way down towards that southwest side. Falcons scrambling on an approach across the bridge. An odd one, if it works out. Carya, on the other hand, vehicle is smoking and players have both taken a ton of damage.
I'm not too sure what Carya are trying to do here. It feels like they need to push FUT completely off of their position, because this is open broadside from teams crossing the bridge. You can't take the east side of this ridgeline. For Carya, it feels like they need to move just a little step further to be able to make this work. There are a couple of divots that you've got, but you have to keep your head down really, really significant portions of the time, which really limits your influence here. So I'm surprised that they've gone for this, but it seems like they're comfortable right now in that small little dip. But finally, IDA, they spot that angle and make their life harder.
All right, losing Marso. Might be able to pick it back up again. We'll wait and see. This lobby is it's quite an interesting lobby in my opinion. Because I do think that a lot of our squads in this lobby, and I'm comfortable to say it now that I've watched enough games, I think a lot of our squads in this lobby, the macro is just not quite there. And I do think that in terms of mechanical skill, these are some of the best in the world, players-wise, and as just a tournament-wise. What I will say is the macro is being bolstered by that mechanical skill a lot of times. Do you think a lot of these plays, a lot of these crazy rollouts wouldn't necessarily work over on an international stage? I think it's one of the reasons, not all the reasons. I think it's just a symptom, because I don't think Falcons is playing up to their full capability either. I do think it's one of the reasons why Falcons is struggling here, as they're more used to a tactical approach where a lot of these rotations are cleaner and not just a case of, we're going to roll up to you and we're going to have this messy fight and then one of us is going to win and then one of us gets to play on. Because that's really not good. So for Falcons, we're seeing a lot of times they're actually just taking themselves completely out of the picture. And for that rotation now up towards Camp Alpha, we've expected a lot of times those teams to go up past boot camp on the western side and play towards the coastal edge. The Falcons, they take a completely different approach because I don't think they want to deal with any of these teams taking these crazy decisions, taking these crazy moment-to-moment gameplay.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they decided, you know what, let's just go for Cow on this far side. See if we can make landfall there, but we've got a little bit more to go. BWNRX trying to push in from the southeast side around the south of Paradise Resort. You can see that Beşiktaş currently hold that hill that sits on the south edge, and BWNRX are being put against it here. With 3 elims already found on the match, 2 of their players are down. It is stage 2, so you can res out in the zone. You just need to pop that bandage before you get that first aid off, and you'll be safe and sound. Beşiktaş actually committing out here. Storm will want to find the heal. Frozen can also get rezzed as well, and they'll get back to full 4. But for BWNRX, they're wasting a lot of time, or maybe not wasting, but certainly spending a lot of time in this engagement with Beşiktaş.
Well, they need to clear them out if they want to start moving on towards the north side and potentially up towards Tapmok. And I think for BWNRX, you're now in a situation where you are forced to play down towards that southwest, but Bra is holding. I think both Beşiktaş and BWNRX have forced themselves into difficult scenarios. Again, this kind of backs up my point from previously. I think a lot of teams, for instance, Beşiktaş as well as BWNRX, both teams want to leave, right? But both teams refuse to because they're just taking these, what I would call silly engagements between one another, which there is a lot of mutually assured destruction inside of this lobby. I don't really like it all that much. And it does hamper a lot of teams' performance.
So far, we've seen 2 teams go down, and both of them are around that bubble. 34 points here, 4K1. Guild on 23. They stopped on 1 point. Beşiktaş looking like they're about to go out as well, with just Swain to carry on forward. So no real movement at the top, at the bottom of the tables, rather, unless the BX brothers can have a massive game. But it looks like the Falcons have found the backlines.
The important thing is that Bra is now out of the bottom 4. I think they forced RUKH down towards 17th off the back of that, as K1 is currently tied with RUKH on 34 points. So for RUKH on this next game, they don't want to be in that danger zone anymore. First time in a while, Bra is, in quotation marks, safe.
I mean, yeah, I feel like safe is a very bold statement here. And remember that RUKH have got that extra game. They are sitting out this one, which means that after this, Bra, Papara Super, and Papara Supermassive have already had that match disadvantage. Yeah, so that there are a couple of extra games still to be earned across the board on the bottom of these tables. One I think has played in these first 2 matches. And we'll have to try and pick up the pieces in their final 2 of the day, wherever they find them. Falcons, looking to make their way across. And it seems like they're going to do so with fairly minimal casualties getting across this bridge. Actually, kind of impressive. You would expect a lot more damage to have been inflicted on them on this cross.
You would have done, but they do make the crossing. They do have the Stairway to Heaven health bars, which are quickly corrected there. IDA off in the distance, and I don't understand how Boars are still in this game, but fair play.
Yeah, just stay alive, you know? It's that easy. I mean, they've been in this compound, right, since the fight that they had with Guild. And they've been playing us too, so it's survival in this compound that's working out well for them. You can see the Falcons just getting a little pick up there. Playing on that sweep of a hill. But now it looks like they're going to put pressure onto IDA's position. It looks to me like that may be where they opt to go. But no, they're playing split 2 and 2 for the Falcons. This is bold.
Very. You do get the split across the paddy fields at least. And that will keep you safe. But both Snowix as well as Narvalo do need to hold very succinctly down towards the south side. IDA similarly, very weird split. And they need to go underneath the bridge here. That's what they go for. And they find Narvalo and Snowix off of 1 Molotov.
That's not something that you can afford to happen for Falcons. That is unforgivable, really, as a position. They didn't have control of the bridge. And this 2-2 split, I mean, again, it's too bold. Going into stage 5, you can't be taking such a wide split when you know so many teams are pushing into the south, when you need to control the teams that are on your north edge as well. There's just too much, and it's too much of a brunt to bear. And they do pay the price for it. I think that rightly so. It felt like a misplay when they went for that 2-2 split.
Yeah, I still think that you could have played that a lot better. Even Navallo as well as Snows could have played the bridge. And I think that would have been a much, much nicer position to play. Maybe they just didn't realize it was a split from IDA. Because that is a strange split to play, but it works out in the end. Carya lose Lewis, arguably their best player on the team. And from there, they're starting to crumble. Boars taking more damage, but they get 3 eliminations at least. They won't get any placement points off of this game, but that sits them at 36 now.
RUKH Esports taking heavy punishment on the south side, trying to make their way up north. In fact, getting eliminated here. S2G up into first place with the 2 elims that they found. They win on that tiebreaker and will be up in first place. But, of course, their opponent's not playing in this match, so they'll have to bide their time just a little bit longer. Fenerbahçe taking 1 knock, but Carya finally getting overwhelmed here. I felt like this position was really quite tenuous for quite a while, and finally they have been punished. I don't feel too happy about the teams that are going to take their position from them either, because it will be under a lot of threat. Although the benefit now is that the eastern side of the circle starts to clear itself out. S2G looks to sweep in behind with 3 players. They're up to 4 elims. And make that 6.
Yeah, good stuff from S2G, all things considered. All the sticky bombs, apparently. Sent over. 89 points right now at the 6 elims. Only 3 players still up and remaining. Falcons can play on with Ralph as well as Koa. Down towards the dip. Pusher will find 1 over towards S2G. How is Boars Gaming still going, dude?
They've managed to move out of the compound, right? They've got up to these hillsides. No one contested on the south edge. IDA preoccupied with Falcons. Moving up to their western side. There was a vacuum, and Boars have filled it. S2G looking desperately for this res as Fenerbahçe move in with 3 players wanting to corral them with their backs to the blue.
Fenerbahçe. Savian raising the dynamic duo. Simple Dome XL up as well. But a lot of familiar names here towards the end game of our Sanhok with S2G. Fenerbahçe, FUT. Barsay is a slightly different one here. Usually they take an awkward fight between them as well as the BRX brothers. Beşiktaş able to actually find a shot down towards IDA though. It's from the western side.
Yeah, the BRX brothers with a lot of work to do this match if they want to have an impact, right? They've got 1 elim, they've only got 2 players, they're not quite in the circle, have to creep further forwards. If they're able to get like a 10-point game, that'd be absolutely huge, but they are so far away from that right now. Luka going in on the reverse, swinging the UAS through, but takes a lot of damage from Kelsey. Icy's there to back him up, and Kelsey doesn't want to wait here. Actually going in for the fight, takes a lick of damage, and Fenerbahçe are going to chime in. Now Kelsey retreats. They're looking for the third party. Boars looking to keep this pressure up as well. S2G may have just poked the sleeping bear here as the nades start to fly.
Kelsey goes down, and they're being pepper from both sides at the moment. That is S2G out in 8th place. 1 placement point found. And 6 elims. Yeah, they massively got crunched there between Fenerbahçe as well as Boars Gaming. IDA is going to attempt to make their way through. Barsay sends out an outpost. And it's BRX Brothers being very quiet. Down towards this western edge. Elvis is going to take a look and easily just finds 1. And then walks back.
That point may have been taken away, though, from them. As Elvis gets spotted, gets flushed. Falcons are chiming in with a little bit of fight over to the east, over to the west as well. Barsay still looking to clear out the last player from BRX Brothers. It's Beşiktaş, who's still surviving on the northwest side. FUT trying to descend from their northern position. Fenerbahçe will meet them and greet them with a hail of bullets. That will be unhappy days for FUT, as they are now down to just Yekta, who is not in the next zone. Ralph and Koa playing on the south point could have a massive impact onto IDA, though. Open ground to cover. And a dangerous volley could come through from the Boars as well over that ridgeline.
Falcons get far into this game. 7th place at least, but only 2 eliminations, so not a huge amount. And IDA start to send the nades in. Yes, they have position, but they've got to do something with it here, John. Coa's got 3 nades, and these got to be 3 very, very important nades. First one does nothing.
Not particularly efficacious there. The nade over the top towards the backlines, though. Still not doing much, but Eren does go low. They will look for this hold. The Falcons bring Eren super, super low there. In the meantime, Barsay are chiming in, and they will get flushed away behind the Falcons. But because of that, Eren now has gone down. Darkin at the backline as well, with the blue zone pushing him in, is also low. Doesn't have time to go for the heal. Falcons now up, nice and healthy. Steps forwards and immediately they strike. Looking for more as well around the edge, but Ralph is down. It's all up to Koa in a 1 versus 2. Emre around the bonnet. Will look for the wide peek out, but Koa wins that duel. Now attention turned to Rita. Nade in hand. This is the last one he's got in the pocket. Needs to be perfect. Koa looks to fade away from it and goes so low, but stays alive. The Falcon's still in it. Will the Fenerbahçe look for the shot? It's actually the burn down. I don't know where that one came from. I think it was Fenerbahçe, but the Falcons fall in 4th.
Yeah, Savian able to find it there. Oh man, if Ralph doesn't go down, that is a free pickup on 4 elims. Instead, all of those players are going to get rezzed on that side of the map as the blue only just starts to push in now. What a rough turn of events. I think they're actually leaving Darkin behind, so maybe just the 2. So 2 elims, at the very least, Koa.
IDA getting flashbacks to Aussie just then. Happy to still be breathing after that engagement. They know what a third party in those spots is like. They are going to get this res blank. They are going to stay up as 3 players. The next zone goes a little bit south. And I think Fenerbahçe should have this on lock. They've got the high ground here. They just need to get rid of Yekta and flex it out. But IDA are starting to bolster now. They're entrenching. They're creating a defensible position.
An important game for IDA. Put themselves up the tables. And redemption for them as well, because it has been a long time coming. It's a nice split from them earlier on, but I don't think they should have got towards the bridge so easily. Still it happens. Last circle now here on Sanhok. Stage 9. Nades start to fly.
Fenerbahçe. Savian now up on the high ground. Yekta yet to strike. Very close to Simple Domac. This should be a knock on a flush. I mean, this is what you've got to go for, right? That opportunity won't present itself again. And Simple Domac seems to know. Savian just turns around, deals with it. Pinged out. Yekta misses the opportunity and will be punished for it. 3 versus 3 now. And in the middle, Fenerbahçe have the high ground. And you imagine that these nades are fairly thin on the ground for IDA after the scraps they've had so far.
Darkin, looking to send one over the top. They really only need one to make contact. That does a lot of damage. The Molotov might finish up the job, and it does. Over towards Ray Z. Now just 2 players left alive, and IDA swing over the top. That was a great nade into the Molotov. But the damage is crazy! No! And Simple Domac takes them down.
They step into the line of fire, and IDA... There's something about facing off against these solo players that they just can't hack it. That is twice now on Erangel. Sorry, not on Erangel. Last choice, Sanhok. That's happened to them, right? With Aussie previously able to take down so much. There was a third-party little chime in on that engagement in the previous day's games. Just then as well against Koa, the last player for Falcons. It looked hairy. And again against Simple Domac. IDA with a numbers advantage. Doesn't feel like they do have that advantage under their belt sometimes. They do still get a second place, though, and they do have a nice chunk of points for it, but that is a misstep that you can't keep making.
What it is there, honestly, it's a mismanagement of coordination, right? In that moment, what you should be doing is sending players left, right, and forward. You know it's a solo. You need to create multiple angles, and they could have played that a lot slower. All roaming up in like what was pretty much doing the conga on the back of one another. Yeah, you deserve to get absolutely mashed to pieces by an S12K. So IDA, that's my advice to you. A bit of coordination. think to yourself, what would blank say in the situation? What should we do? Oh, we should probably have multiple angles. Let's not just do one angle. Let's go multiple directions. Let's take off angles. Let's win the game. So yeah, that was unfortunate. That was definitely very unfortunate.
Yeah, it was. It's not what you want to see when you've got that numbers advantage, right? You got 3 versus 2, like you say. Take those off angles, find those picks, and get trades, because that's the point of an off angle, right? Is to be able to get an efficient trade, which is how you win numbers advantage situations in those final circles. A 1-for-1 trade with a numbers advantage always ends up with you winning, right? So that is what you've got to look for. They didn't find it. Instead, they go to a deficit and will go down in second place. I feel like IDA's position, or it could have been the Falcons' position, was going to be fairly solid, right? If they'd have had all 4 of their players alive and healthy in that spot, I think that could have gone very, very differently there. Fenerbahce a little bit, I think, slow to take that forward position. They didn't quite get up and get rid of Yekta fast enough in the final circle for me to call it in convincing position, but they still played it well in that fight, right? I think they could have been quicker to it, but the reluctance of IDA kind of played well for them in that scenario.
The way that IDA played that one out, went down towards the south side. Again, I do think for Falcons, they should have taken bridge position or taken a split over towards the paddy fields. I think playing too far down on that south side, inside the shack, maybe it was a case that they ran out of vehicles, they had nowhere else to go. That could be a possibility, in which case you've got no choice but to play there. But again, you are gambling with your life. It's one Molotov and it's game over for you at that point. So I think they probably should have tried to regroup with the rest of their team, even if that meant having to expend a couple of smokes. There's a lot of considerations to take into place there, but at the end of the day, it's not a great play from Falcons. It could have been a lot better. Here's the final blow. We get to watch it in real time from Simple Domac's view here. This was crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you get that Molotov burn, you know that they're all playing in the same location. And here's where they should have spread out, right? But they do just line up. And he's not even moving the crosshair that much. He's just strafing left and right and making it work. Boars, they did manage to get a lot of points on that match. And because of that, RUKH will take the MVP title. And with 9 elims, 975 damage, fair enough, you know? Sure, you only last 20 minutes, but that's good enough. That's a whole heap of points for the Boars. They'll be very happy with that match.
Yeah, I mean, RUKH getting 9 elims is somewhat wild. Let's
remember
be
they fought with Guild, right, very early on in that compound and went down to 2.
Yeah, it's pretty insane what we see here coming through from Boars. RUKH getting 9 elims is out of this world, extraordinary. But extremely good stuff. Extremely good stuff coming through from you boys over on Boars. Again, it did feel a little bit messy here and there, but they work it out. They and it happens in their favor.
It's not 1 RUKH, it's not 2 RUKH, it's 3 RUKH, as he is going to be all over the match stats table there with the most score, the most damage, and the most nade elims. He was able to lob a couple, split the difference, and make it work.
Yeah, I mean, most grenade score at 2, most damage, most elims. Very good stuff coming through from RUKH. I think if you're on the Boars team, you should be very proud of him there. Wonderful stuff. Here's the chicken dinner stats coming through from Fenerbahce. Savian, Arazi, Simple Domac. 7 elims, 5 knockouts, and 800 damage. A real clutch performance coming through from him.
I mean, yeah, he just chewed them up, right, on that hillside. IDA didn't know what hit him. Didn't look like they really know what they were doing either in that scenario, but that's unfortunate. However, Fenerbahce will be the beneficiaries of that, right? And because of where they started on the day, they've got a couple of elims. I think they may be challenging for the top spot against S2G, against Thunder Talk as well. Obviously, Thunder Talk sat out in that last match, so they won't have played that. But still, a really good result coming through for Fenerbahce.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Here's S2G getting taken down by Papara Supermassive earlier on. That's the 1 elimination went through. They could have maybe got a little bit further if they had an extra player able to play a 2-2 split on that side of things. This is a fun game. This is definitely a fun game. I think IDA looking a lot nicer there, looking a lot cleaner. just some unfortunate moments towards that end game for them.
BW and RX, I mean, felt like they should have had a better time of it on this position, but S2G controlled them around Paradise Resort. I mean, it was a lot of teams moving up to the east side of the Paddyfield Hills, right? That got cut down, right? Carya made that move first, and I feel like that kind of baited a lot of the lobby into a very similar position to Carya, which didn't really play out well with the amount of power that sits to the east side of it in terms of those sight lines. You can't really hold that position very effectively, and I called it out at the time. I feel like Carya maybe that was their last choice of position. I'm not entirely sure. I maybe would have rated going for a crash onto a different spot a little bit more than that, but that wasn't to be.
Not to be indeed. This play, though, simple Domac. I mean, it really was quite simple towards the end. From it was literally just hold down the fire button and good to go. IDA do score themselves 15 points off that game, and that should put them in a very much secure location. Boars as well, pushing themselves further up and going very much off the back of the elimination count for themselves here in this tournament. Not many placements, but they're making it through just for the eliminations alone. Falcons get 7 points on the game, which is better than nothing. Like we said before, you know, lazy games, getting those 4 to 5 points will do the trick. And for Falcons, honestly, the 7 is exactly what they needed here. They would have wanted more. It just means they have to try harder throughout the rest of the day to put up those points. And S2G will get further away from TTQ, who have an extra game on top of them.
Absolutely. So, with the points thusly, Guild K1 having a bad time there. Towards the bottom of the tables, Papra Supermassive as well. Aren't going to use that game to profit too much. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, where Fenerbahçe do indeed take the top spot, with Thunder Talk 9 points behind them. With that extra match there, looks like we have a clear top 3 starting to develop here. Regnum Carya, though, within striking distance behind them, and again, a match in hand there. The teams on this front page are going to feel fairly safe, right? They're on 58 points for IDA, down in 10th place. Sure, we've seen a couple of missteps from IDA, but they have done enough here to get themselves a spot in the finals, almost certainly. As we head over towards the bottom side, you can see that K1 and RUKH are on a tiebreaker, with the bubble only moving 1 point up. That 34 tiebreaker is actually decided by 1 placement point, right? 7 placement points for K1, which allows them to take the dub on that 16th place for now, though, and it could all change.
It could all change. RUKH with 34, like you're saying, it's rough. It's very, very rough. This is a scary position. 1 placement point is the only difference between them. And Bra and Papra Supermassive, not too far ahead here. Beşiktaş are chipping away at the point scorings. Not by a lot here, John.
Yeah, they are right on the doorstep, sure, but it's going to take a little bit more than they've shown so far today to be able to catch up and overtake, try and get out of that danger zone. BRX Brothers and Guild just continuing to fall by the wayside here on 23 points, now 11 points behind that bubble. And it's looking pretty dire, especially for BRX Brothers with only 2 more matches to play. Guild, sure, they've got 3 entries, but again, it's not looking super hopeful here.
No, it's not. I think for Guild, likely we're at a stage of the game where it's probably done for them. Beşiktaş with 28 points, they might have a chance, but yeah, I would say Guild and BRX Brothers are really struggling going forward from here.
Taking a look at the league stage points as well, the bottom 5 included all 4 of those teams, right, in that red zone right now. As it stands, Guild, RUKH, BRX Brothers, Beşiktaş, in that order, were 16th through 19th from the league stages. But 20th place was actually BRX Esports, who have really turned things around into this phase, right? They've had a lot more to say over the course of their games. They've got 30 points, followed by a 41-point day yesterday. They're going to be fine, right? They've already done enough to see themselves safe. So they're out of the running, which means that the rest of those teams have just slotted all the way down. And it seems like fair enough. You know, they haven't been performing up to the standard that's necessary.
No, not at all. I think when you look at it, it has just been a case where for BRX Esports, like you're saying, 20th place, pushing Galatasaray out. Maybe if Galatasaray made it in, they could have had their own jump up in performance, but that's just not how it goes. We just have these quick fire little stints, these sprints here from the league knockout stage to the finals. And a little break, though, before the next game. And then we'll be back with Erangel, the only one of the day.
Welcome back to the Pmsl Europe. We have Erangel up next as our teams are getting ready to take to the grassy pastures. It's Group C sitting out this time, which means no hot drop in Pachinki blank. We are not going to see the Falcons there. Papara Supermassive will be in the game, but they will be, well, not necessarily uncontested, but not by the Falcons at the very least in this game.
Yeah, so it's going to be a smoother game for Papara Supermassive, at least here over on our Erangel coming forward. Hopefully, they can have a better time of it here without having to battle against the Falcons the entire time. Or will someone else step up at the plate up against Papara Supermassive and try and fight them out for Pachinki? We will wait and see what will happen there.
Certainly will. I don't imagine that anybody would want to jump into that. Right. I feel like how experienced, how seasoned Papara Supermassive is in that hot drop. There's no reason to go for it, right? There's plenty of other places on the map. And in general, you're not even posturing. We talked a lot yesterday, I think, about that dynamic of, well, do you sacrifice some of your point scoring potential to commit to your drop spot and show strength in that scenario, even if you're losing? Is that worth it in the long run? That sort of question. For a team that's just like, oh, let's chance it, let's go for a hot drop, it's absolutely just not worth it in the long run, right? It would be a wild play, and I would put good money against that happening.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I don't think it's worth it whatsoever for these teams to go for something like that. I think they'd much rather just sit pretty on the other side of the map, or
Yeah.
maybe just go somewhere where no one else is thinking about here at the moment. Looking at the game coming up, though, Erangel, most fair map, looking to push into this one, get some good points on board. Some of our teams down towards the bottom. This is some of their last chances to pick up those strong points and see themselves up towards the top of the, well, out of that bottom bracket of the table.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right?
Not
It's getting
the top.
out of the bottom 4 spaces. I mean, it'd be great to be at the top, right? Like if you can, yeah, go on, have a go. It's easier said than done, though, as some of our teams towards the top have already put a lot of distance down, a lot of tarmac between them and the teams behind them. They would need to accelerate pretty swiftly to be able to find that catch up. But it is just about getting ahead of that bubble for the time being. Getting into the top 16 sees you into the finals. Then you need to be catching up, right? You need to be outstripping the teams at the top because there are 4 teams who will be going all the way to PMWC at the end of next month, right? So they are gunning for that top 4 position, but you have to be in the finals first to be in with a chance of even considering that as an option, right? So sure, it would be nice to have a really big uptick, but in my mind, I'd actually prefer to save that for the finals themselves, right? Where it really matters about getting super far ahead, getting into those top spots.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be giving too much of your strategies away at this point in time before you go towards the finals, especially if you come out on that last day and you are one of those first place teams that can get themselves in towards the smash zone. So that's what you want. That's what you want here, John. You want to be able to get comfortably in and then not show too much of your secret sources.
That is true. Can't be leaking the bernays. It's a bad time for everyone. So plane path from Novo up to Georgia Pole. So again, fairly chill on this cut across. Will be nice and friendly. And taking a look at where teams are going to look to go here. Beşiktaş down to Novo. It seems they're going to be dropping nice and short there. Potential for a little bit of argy-bargy between RUKH and... Is that Fireflux out? Or is it... I can't quite tell which team it's out on the east side underneath Mimodal. And it could be a bit of danger there if they drop close to one another. Around Milta.
Yeah, RUKH's out early, like you say. Could be Fenerbahçe. Some of these colors are a little bit similar. Won't be the case towards the finals, I'm sure. BW and RX heading down towards Ferry Pier. S2G going a little bit further than over towards Primorsk. And Paparazzi Supermassive, like we said, have a comfortable location over towards Pachinki. And they even spread out a little bit here, which is nice to see.
Yeah, you can see Tron going quite far afield to the northwest, grabbing a vehicle. They know that that's not going to be too much of an issue. This is how you want to be playing it, right? Circle goes out to the east side, Blank. It looks like we're getting a Milta Peninsula circle here around that Lumberyard atop the hill, around prison and shelter and farm. Surrounding areas will be our focal point. Moving on into the rest of this circle, so teams out to the west will start to get on their bikes fairly soon, hopefully before that 5th minute arrives and they can send on over to the east side of the island.
Fenerbahçe Reizi in the vehicle, giving himself a move on. Yeah, I think this is the first time we've actually seen an eastern path here on the circle, John. Or eastern circle itself. Carya's going to benefit off the back of that one, as are RUKH. Waiting for the rest of the squad to get down with him.
Someone even further up in the sky there. He's like, oh, come on. Mate, you can't keep the cab waiting. He's out the door. S2G will be on the rotate. They grab vehicles, drop one out by the buggy. And Sarah will be the one to pick that up. Adding to the fleet. They will be pretty chill on this one. They are, by the looks of it, heading to Primorsk again. That's their general drop spot, and they do have a bit of time to be able to play with. That's bad news for Storm. Has to go back up on top of the crates here.
Frustrating. Definitely frustrating to happen to you. RUKH Esports on your screens. Team that's very good on our angle a lot. We like their coordination. We like their macro. And the way they generally approach it. See if they can do a little bit better here. already done quite a lot towards the top side of the lobby, but they're looking for prize pool right now. And Regnum Carya. There's consistent teams over towards those circles, though. Regnum Carya, STG, RUKH Esports, BRX sometimes, but I think those are the big ones at the moment.
No one really coming into contact right now. Nice and friendly on the start. It feels a little bit hollow, you know, not having a hot drop in Pachinki. Even if it's a really terrible idea. Kind of miss it.
Why, John? As do I. Let's see. It does make the game a little bit slower at the start because you don't have anything to watch.
Looks like Gilda leaving their drop spot now. You can see we're coming up to that minute 5 where teams are going to start to rotate, especially those teams who went out west early on. They'll be looking to try and wrap back on through in the next sort of 30 to 40 seconds. They'll be gearing up. They should be geared up, in fact, and heading out to the side of the map to contest. Beşiktaş, they're already in the circle here, but on Novo, it's likely they're going to have to push further north. And the longer they wait, the more teams are going to be crunched in around their exit if they want to go for a bridge crossing, right? There's going to be more and more teams packing in around Milta, around Farm, and it's going to make that crossing harder and harder. So for Beşiktaş, I feel like they do need to get a move on, maybe sooner than they think.
It's pretty rough, actually, even just on the crossing now, John. Like you say, with Carya, RUKH, FUT also in that location. Paparazzi massive likely to head down towards Sharkfin. It's not a fun time for Beşiktaş. They're going to have to cross now, but they're immediately crossing through into the sightlines of Carya.
And it's only going to get worse, though, as time goes on, right? There's going to be more and more players filtering into the area. I mean, maybe you could play them off against one another, arguably, but still, it is tricky. Beşiktaş, it seems, have made most of the way across and will be playing right up on that coastline. Not ideal, but is playable, at least, for the time being. FUT are, I believe, pretty set in, just to the south of Shelter, south of Prison, and nice and chill on the hillsides. They are fairly central on this next circle. There's Beşiktaş looking to continue their crossing. Carya controlling it, allowing Beşiktaş to go really far on this coastline.
Yeah, very surprising the way that works out. Up 4 finds Kedge, fire Flux. At least there's a little bit of early scrapping here for us to watch. We might be missing that engagement between Falcons and Paparazzi Supermassive, but yeah, certainly a fun start to this one. Kissu even finds a shot over towards RUKH in the midst of all of that. So, Father Beşiktaş have found a clean way in as well as a knock. Wild.
Yeah, a knock onto a position they crashed as well. So losing Momodal, you can see where he is across the road, very isolated. The rest of Beşiktaş still looking to try and keep this one going. The send out for RUKH, they want to keep all of their players alive here, and they don't quite have an answer just yet. The lost 7, very, very low. The Storm was using him as bait, and will be able to pulling a second point out of RUKH as they try and send out and get swept away.
RUKH's down to just the 2. Unfortunate start for them. In an area of the map that they're quite comfortable with too. Team place, they definitely need more points to drag themselves out the ditch. But similarly, Beşiktaş want to leapfrog over the top of them. They get the 2 elims on this game, set themselves at 30.
That would be good news for them. It's that bubble on the 34-point tiebreak. RUKH defending continuously against this aggression, but Beşiktaş are not letting up. 20 has been spotted. He is a solo in this location. Doesn't have the backup of his teammate, and it doesn't look like he's going to get any either. 20 hopping out the back, spotted by Falconist on the cross. Doesn't tag the nade on, but will know that there's a player now in the ground floor of the second building. And he's got the backup. And it's going to be the jump shot through the window. I didn't even see that connect, but 20 felt it, certainly. As 3 points now earned for Beşiktaş, and they severely limit the point scoring capacity of RUKH.
Huge. This is really, really big news for Beşiktaş. I think they're super happy with that one. Most teams are unhappy with this shift on the circle, though. Hard back over towards the western side, and S2G call upon the demonic forces and pull the circle their way. They have to be quick, though, find some kind of position in the circle before everyone else does send their way over. Every single team in a vehicle right now.
And ThunderTalk going to be leading that charge to the central compounds on this open ground around farm. So they should be in with a decent chunk of this one. Try and earn up the points to keep pace with Fenerbahçe, with S2G. Make sure that they are still in the running for that top spot. Regnum, Carya, they're on the road. They were very central on the previous circle, but as it stands, they were right on the edge of the next one. Maybe a crash over towards ThunderTalk, but tumble out in the open field. That's going to slow things down. Barsay taking a knock, sent their way. Kick tries to hop out, and that goes poorly. And that is RUKH fully eliminated there on 17th place. They will not be able to jump up, push past that bubble.
That is such bad news for them. RUKH going down this early. They dropped down earlier today, and again, if we keep getting games like this from RUKH, Bra is, with minimal points, likely to stay ahead. That's Papara Supermassive on your screens, able to get over towards, decent position over towards the south side of the map. Beşiktaş, Kiss You goes down. I don't think really Beşiktaş has found a singular home for themselves during this game. I look for something different, but Poser stops them dead in the tracks.
Yeah, Carya holding on this fin, just having a really good time in these compounds, in these buildings. It's going to make Beşiktaş's sweep really difficult. Beşiktaş opted to go to the east, right, as they came out of that bridge, and it was the right decision at the time, but with the circle flinging itself back over to the left, that has put Beşiktaş in a bit of a difficult situation, right? They weren't entrenched to the middle, so they couldn't go for the linear routes into the circle. They do have to swing back around the coast, and Carya were just so ready for it, right? They were fully in position, and there's not really too much I can criticize Beşiktaş for on that maneuver based on where they were before they made that decision to take it.
So things do slow down again. Most teams made some pretty adaptable rotations to make sure they weren't in the line of fire. Only had a couple of E-limbs, a couple of knocks go through during the midst of all that, and it was a crazy round. And I think the majority of the reason why we didn't see too many knocks and too many eliminations is because everyone had to move. There wasn't a single team that was already locked down in position over towards Farmway. Easy shot for Massa.
Spots the leg. Clocks it. Couple of rounds to the shins, that'll be enough. Beşiktaş now playing on as 2. Imagine that's going away. Circle shift, I mean, it looks pretty hard shift in terms of where it is in the circle, but it actually doesn't do too much, right? A lot of these teams already committed to the northern shore. It's pretty central in terms of where it is on that northern side. So not as dramatic as it may first appear. However, this is good for Boars on this northwest side, right? They've got that good position there. ThunderTalk as well. Pretty happy about this one. I'll be waiting to see what S2G can do because they're still on a massive widespread.
Yeah, S2G, like I say, on a bit of a separate angle to go for right now. I don't mind it. They do have a lot of control. I mean, the team likely will regroup. Right now, all they're doing is clearing that western side of the map for themselves. Black's the team they really do need to worry about, though. That's over. Taking shots from TTQ. The building there, John. Not
Yeah, Regnum Carya tried to send in from over near shelter and send straight towards the middle of this circle, but ThunderTalk had been there very, very quickly and just confined them now to a single building. They should be looking to get that res and stay up as 4, but they are penned in here. They're all playing 2 up, 2 down on this location, which isn't very friendly. It's not very conducive to scoring elims, to getting points off this, but it can be quite decent for survival.
Loxy. Down on the ground, trying to keep himself up and alive. He could be NRX over towards that north side. They can start to wrap downwards. A lot of control. I think it's Barsay, which is the biggest issue for them going forward.
Barsay on that northern side, marauding around with BWNRX, being worried about it. It's ahead on that position. Fenerbahçe trying to push in from the northeast side, but meeting stiff resistance here in the form of Bra, who have been heads down for quite a while and have been shelling out, but the blue zone now is upon Fenerbahçe, and they're going to have to make a decision as to the direction of their push, the direction of their rotate. Where do they want to end up?
It's not easy. Definitely not easy for them. I mean, they can head over towards Potato Hill Way. A lot of high ground in that area for teams to play in. But we're heading over towards 15 minutes roundabout now, so halfway into the game. Teams will not need to start securing over towards locations they want to play in, and right now Fenerbahçe right on the edge. They could crash over towards Bra, but they've got problems of their own, and after that circle, S2G in a fantastic position to keep playing. TTQ similarly in farm, looking really, really strong. It's a slightly awkward playing area over towards where TTQ is. And I'm glad that they're now moving all over towards a singular compound to play in.
Flux scrapping with Black, but Carya have crashed into the compound on the south as well against S2G. Everybody on the move with another hard shift down to the south coast. Bra finally have a knock sent out their way, but Gabri is going to get rezzed up. Quantum has been taken down, and Guild are going to chime into this engagement as well. Bra will be swept aside, and they are eliminated in 15th place. They weren't able to get far enough away. Not for their liking. Gracie will fall up to Savian now. Try and save Fenerbahçe against Guild. Top of the tables versus the bottom. Guild have the numbers advantage, and in spades, they handle business. Will be able to get Spike back up. Do they have the time, or is this a third party for BWNRX?
6 C-lips in the game, and Guild are climbing. Next to improve from Boars. That'll be a big old finisher from them over towards BRX Esports, to go down. Not maintaining up towards the top side of the lobby, and not be grabbing the lion's share of the cash here in the knockout stage for themselves. BWNRX look to head out. They've heard the fighting off in the distance, but Guild are on the move. They abandoned their teammate.
Yeah, I mean, they just leave him there, right? They don't have time to be mucking about with a hard shift like this. They're on the far side of the circle. It's going to put too much pressure on you. You're just going to cut your losses there. Play honors 2. Survival is the name here. Get a couple more placement points. They've managed to get up to 29. Remember, the bubble is only 34. So just a little bit further, and they can push their heads above water. Take a little breath that they've been denied for so long. Choked in the smog of the bottom 4 placements.
Smokes over the top. Try and keep CEO later in this game. Nobody is watching. I mean, the player nobody is watching.
Somebody called nobody is watching. And we're watching nobody. But somebody.
Nobody is someone. Lewis over towards his position. And he's just staying pretty chilled out with it. Carya being able to swing down towards that south side is good for them and gives them a nice position to play from here over towards the docks. Things have slowed down. TTQ finding another shot over towards S2G though. Zara scared to poke his head out.
Yeah, S2G did get run through by Carya on that south sweep. The compound there, S2G didn't put enough investment to be able to keep hold of it, and they didn't pull back off of it either, which allowed Carya to just take control of the coastal compound. And that's obviously played very well for them so far. We'll see if that trend continues. Papra Supermassive taking a knock as well. They're down to 2 players active. Blank. Again, it's these teams around the bubble that just can't catch a break.
Yeah, having a bad time. I mean, Guild is looking to push further in this game. With only 2 players, it's unlikely they'll get meaningful points in this lobby. Circle moves over towards Regnum, Carya, and TTQ's position. So maybe another TTQ win on our hands here, considering that Regnum, Carya currently are fairly locked down. But it does give good chance for Guild to get further into this game. Maybe some more eliminations on side 2. Up 4, up to bat versus Papara Supermassive, and they will take home base away from him.
Isolated, controlled, and Papara Supermassive do manage to keep 3 of their players alive. With 2 Elims on the match, they're up to 40 points now. They're starting to break away from that pack around the bubble, which is exactly what they wanted to see happen. And if they can get Ezel up, they'll be playing on as 3 from a fairly isolated eastern side. This is a big flex out from ThunderTalk. Look at the player there on the south side of that mini-map. That is Nico. Just looking for this third-party angle, watching for the approach, but doesn't see it and folds straight on back. Okay, all right. Got a little bit bold there, Nico, but I like it. I like it a lot.
Across the beachhead. All right, sends back and forth. Like you say, though, TTQ sending Nico over towards that southeast side. We know he likes to take these interesting off angles. They've worked out quite a few times in the past. How does BWNRX play this out on the northwest side? Very close to pushing this further and further towards the center of the map. These little compounds are still available. This is likely going to go to zone 9.
Carya looking to finish the job, and they will be able to find it. S2G taken down. 10th place, no Elims. Carya will take a knock in response, but they've now got the south side almost fully under control. They can step further forwards. There is potential for Barsay to make things difficult, but it's not happening just yet. Boars in the meantime. BWNRX trying to bully them back from this push that BWNRX has been able to mount. There's kind of finding that shot that Zedwolf has been shut down in response. Undertalker chiming in. This is a messy fight out in the open hills. Symphony blasting away at anything that moves, anything that breathes. Won't be for long. Kind sprayed down, and the Boars weather the storm for the time being, but with 2 knocks sent their way, with everybody else in the circle looking their way, I feel like it's only a matter of time before they cut down to size.
Yeah, it's wild, man. I mean, Boars just create such commotion. They will take down BWNRX about it, but teams should see towards their position. Teams could even third-party that. It's a bold push, but again, Boars are pushing further and further up this lobby off Elims alone. I may even get quite far into this match, John.
Could certainly. Certainly could. Guild being kind of left alone right now. They're chilling. Next circle in 10 seconds, and that will decide a lot of how this Carya, they're crunched in on the south edge. We'll need to figure out how to get away from it, certainly, as the circle... Oh, it's a hard southwest shift blank. It doesn't quite catch Barsay in, but Boars are happy with this. Regnum, Carya, and ThunderTalk also both still in, but Guild have to move.
And I think there's so many sightlines that it's super unlikely the Guild gets away with this scotch-free. It's not easy to make this cross. They're going to have to go from building to building. Papara Supermassive probably going to shut them down before they can even consider doing anything like that.
They would love to last just a little bit longer. Yeah, spotting Striker as he crosses out to the western side. Is in cover, so potential to res this one. And no one's making the move to get the flush just yet.
Undertalk. Nico did push back across, but like you say, Striker is a pretty unresable spot on the map. Taking a pretty bold push out over towards that western edge. And Loxy will send a nade across, punishing him, pushing out that far.
Nice couple of taps from Symphony. A bit of humble poser off the angle. For a moment, anyway. Then that first aid comes back on through. A little bit more willing to challenge it. ThunderTalk do have time to play with here, right? But it's Papara Supermassive, it's Guild that need to make the most of this. Carya actually pretty effectively moving into the saddle of these 2 small hills, and Barsay can't really do too much. They were being pushed out, and Carya have angles on it. ThunderTalk are going to have angles on this as well. I think Barsay are going to suffer, but look at what Symphony's able to do from this rooftop. It's so abysmal for teams trying to move under their purview.
Yeah, Symphony has been a real boon, at least long range, for TTQ so far. Very pleased to have him on side. They lose striker, like we said. They don't have that anchor point towards the center, but really no one else does in this circle. It's a very, very tough final few circles to go for. An easy pickup. Another Elam.
Guild don't get that one, but there was a spray down from across the way, and that allows Guild in the circle to stay alive. You can see immediately he tries to get inside of it, and Thunder Talk, Regnum, Carya, but just lighting up that angle. They know what's up. Default trading out some of his weapons, making sure that his inventory is nice and managed for Guild. We'll be playing on with the Scar. Inside this next circle. 6 teams remain. The placement points do build fairly quickly now, and they will be all important for Guild. If they can get 5 placements, so if they can get up into a 3rd place, that would be phenomenal for them.
Yeah, it will really, really keep them in this. Poser gets taken out. Leaving Carya on 2. You're right, John. I mean, over towards that north side, anyway, they are fairly central. We're waiting for this next circle to see where it goes, and that does keep them in. Puts Boars as well as Carya in a bit of a difficult scenario. There is an unlikely approach here from Boars or Carya just to try and overtake that position that Guild hold, but it is so precarious that do they even really want it?
The roll-up will be completely in the sightlines of the 2 compound positions, right? Regnum, Carya, and Thunder Talk will just have full vision if you try and go for that play. And the longer you stand outside that shack, the worse it gets. You can't guarantee it, but it may be the only option. Ooh, Kairos with the links. Hits CEO later. Knocks it for 6.
Yeah, running ahead as well. Opens up a new pigeonhole. Symphony. Zell, yeah, Zell's got to move, right? This is rough. Out over towards the broken wall. Papa Supermassive look like they might just be broken here. Zell makes the run out. Careful with the nades as well, though. TTQ is here. I do really like that, and they will confirm over towards Lost. They're not spamming them. It's what you want to do in these scenarios, because you will really need those nades going in towards the end game. Plenty of smoke sent forward, and Balls are going to have to make a bit of a rollout here.
The question is, where do you go, right? Sure, you want to get to Guild, but I've highlighted the dangers of that. On the far side of the circle is deadly. I think there's a tiny little shack right in the middle of this circle. But that, again, it's just in the open. When you see what Thunder Talk can see, it's so difficult to move around this area.
It all quiets down. I'd like to see this just fully center up, force everyone out of position. Guild suddenly have one of the very few bits of hard cover to work with. Yeah, everyone's very unwilling to move. I don't know what those nades are for. I thought they were going towards the tree on TTQ. I didn't see them going over towards Boars, but that's not bad. That's actually not terrible.
It does mean that Guild are in nade range, though. And if you can put one into the building, into the shack, that's a death sentence for them. The nades over the top, still looking good, though. Pusher does manage to evade that. The bubble not quite good either. Default actually flexing out, using the shack cover to step to a hillside position, but that's what they were looking for. That came from... Oh, okay. I thought the team logos were the same there. They look fairly similar, but no. It's from Pusher. The nade on it in, and it should be Guild going down here. The Boars are putting pressure on, and Default trying to climb on back, but has to hit the deck. This is the off angle coming through from Thunder Talk. There is a flex out coming, though, and Thunder Talk are putting pressure on. They're getting aggressive out here. That might assuage the sightline and may give a little bit of a lifeline towards Guild as Halfway goes down to Marso. There has to be a little bit of worry now as Thunder Talk are putting pressure on. Guild may be thrown a lifeline as 5 teams remain.
Yeah, Default's just got to live here. Teams going to start falling like flies going forwards. Boars push around the side. I think they're going to directly crash over towards Default. Yeah, and he is down. Goes down in 5th place. So not a huge amount of points found off the back of that one for Guild. And they're really the big team that we were looking towards in terms of the storyline on this game. And suddenly we are down to 3 teams. Paparazzi Supermassive, Boars, as well as Regnum Carya. And what a day for Boars. They really have just been charging into teams with reckless abandon, and it's working.
Yeah, they're getting the points to show for it, right? It's brilliant news for them. They've managed to figure it out, but right now they are corralled right into a corner on that shack that we saw coming on through. Ezel does have an angle here. The next zone will start to close straight to the middle of this one, which does favor Regnum Carya. In the next 6 seconds, Ezel, yeah, he's just going to burn out there. I think they had a Molotov ready and waiting, and the nades over the top actually connects onto Loxy. That's a big slowdown onto Regnum Carya and could be a massive factor in the fight to come against the Boars across the way. Do they have the time to go for the res even?
Potentially. Also in the better positions here. Needed to get that knock though, John. In fact, he's not able to grab it. I think Boars had a hell of an amount of nades as well on side. Pusher peeks out, and yeah, this should be a Regnum Carya win. Nade has to do very minimal damage over towards Cords. He just needs to get behind the tree, and there it is. Regnum Carya pick themselves up the chicken dinner on the 3rd match of the day here in Knockouts.
Nicely found on that final moment there. Big for Guild in that game, even getting 5th with the 6 elims that they got is a decent chunk of points, right? That is going to see them close to that bubble. We were hoping that maybe they could put their foot into the top 16, but they are right there on the doorstep, right? They are now very much in that conversation of teams that can push further, can push in, which is not what we expected, but still happy to see that the competition continues to excite, even going into our final 2 matches, both of which Guild will play in.
Yeah, and again, I think there's a case now where you look down towards the bottom of the lobby and every single one of those teams somehow now pushing ahead just a little bit further each and every time. It looked very, very quiet from those teams day 1 and day 2, and as soon as it comes to crunch time, that's when those teams start to come alive. All respect to Guild there. I think maybe they should have waited slightly on the nades over towards Boars until they started to hear the fight happening, and then they could have had a bit of a bigger impact. Instead, Boars turn around with the something like 25 nades they had in their back pocket and just start lobbing them over towards them. And like you said, there's really only 1 of 2 locations they could have been there, which is either crawling around in the fields or in the shack, which is a much likelier scenario. So it's a really easy nade for Pusher to send over the top.
Yeah, I think it could potentially have changed things a little bit, but they do manage to connect, and that's what they were looking for. Just dunk it down into the shack, getting rid of Guild and the Boars with that match. And again, you were saying today has been a great day for them, right? In general, it feels like they've developed over the course of the last 2 days as well. They started off fairly weak, 18 points on day 1 here in the knockout stages, moving up to 26 day 2. I think they've already surpassed that here on day 3. So we'll see how far they can go. I mean, they should have done enough now to fully qualify for the finals. So we will be seeing them again. And that's quite exciting, I think, to have that high frag team, that high firepower roster thrown on into the mix. Gotta love it.
Yeah, you do gotta love it. I think that for Boars, extremely exciting overall. Here's our final blow, though, coming through from Regnum Carya, and this is an easy approach for them towards the end of this one. Regnum Carya also, you know, they have shown up throughout a league stage. They've shown up throughout a knockout stage as well. It's been nice to see. You know, it's not always like knock the ball out the park performances coming through from Regnum Carya, but it's been good enough. It's been good enough. And again, this is a team that likely they have been so anti-stratted for so long that they're probably saving some stuff going through to the finals.
Marso from Carya was able to claim the MVP in that last match. 7 elims, 745 damage. Just goes to show how widely split the points probably were in terms of damage over the course of this lobby, that Marso was able to pick that one up with 745 damage. But those 7 elims definitely going to help in the long run there. I don't think there was a big standout elim team in that lobby just then. It seemed fairly evenly distributed, but we'll have to wait for the scores before we settle that one. Oh, default there, up to 1,000 damage from Guild. So really nice stuff to be able to claim that.
Yeah, for default, I've always said this, the default's probably one of my favorite players there over on Guild. He does a ridiculous amount of work for the team, and they desperately need him if they're going to make it through into the finals. It is a last hurrah here for Guild going into our last 2 games of the day. Can they do it? That is the question. Is Beşiktaş or Bra or RUKH going to be able to get ahead of them in the pack?
Yeah, you just have to wait and see. We've got one Sanhok, one Miramar left. Miramar is up first after the break, so we'll see just where we're going with that. But we've got to get through to the overalls fairly soon. I think we've got some highlights as well coming through from that last match, so that's all yet to come. As we take a look still at our match stats here. Default, go in the distance, right? He's 14.5k. This guy's on the road on his bike, doing damage left and right, making it work for them. But here are the stats from Regnum Carya, as you can see, fairly quiet. Not really a loud chicken dinner at all. That's 6 elims found and a real thin smattering of damage, really.
But you'll take it at the end of the day, right? 16 points total off the back of that match. That doesn't sound bad to me. For Regnum Carya, keeping themselves in the running up towards that top side to get themselves enough points. Here's our replays from the match as it went through. It was very quiet towards the end there, John. Not too much happening overall, just because no one really wanted to leave their compound to safety, and everyone else who was out in the open was just playing down towards some slopes and trying to stay hidden as long as they could.
It was game of rats in the final circle for a bit there, but they did manage to clean things up towards the end. Boars, I mean, you can see the damage they were able to do to all of those teams on their northwestern edge. They had a really strong presence there, and they managed to hold out some very strong teams as well in those engagements. So credit to Boars for being able to tidy that one up. Things under control. As everyone else tried to make their way through, it just was not to be. Already up to 7 elims at that stage as well, so making sure that they kept pace at the top of the lobby. Thunder Talk, it felt like that game kind of should have been theirs, and then that circle moved away from their compound over towards Regnum Carya, but they opted to go out into the open rather than push across.
Yeah, I think for TTQ, that game for me was like, they took the aggression to the limit of what was possible, in my opinion. Sending Strike around to the field felt like a bad move. Trying to swing around on that edge felt like a bad move. There was a lot of moments where I was just like, I think you're doing too much. We could do less, do a lot less. So I do think for TTQ, that was a game where they should have had it in the bag, but they started doing some tricks, some ollies at the end there, which were unnecessary.
They were trying to stunt it. That ain't how it goes. You gotta chill out, you know. That's what it's all about. Just let the points come to you. That's what you can do, hopefully. Carya managed to get 10 elims there, so I'll take it back about no team really crunching away at the rest of the lobby. They were able to do quite a lot from their position, although they did have to run out in the end. That's why they only have 2 placement points. They were out into the open against Thunder Talk, who did beat them by 1 point overall on 13 points there. And towards the top of the tables, Thunder Talk getting 13 points is pretty huge. They should be pretty happy with that. That will see them back into first place with Fenerbahçe playing one more match against them even. They are on 97 points, so they are 1 point behind and a match behind as well. Regnum Carya right around the corner with that game as well on 94.
Yeah, S2G with only one more game to try and get up towards the podium finish for themselves. Regnum Carya are neck and neck with TTQ here with 2 more games to play alongside with TTQ. I'm quite excited to see exactly how this all breaks down, because Regnum Carya slow and steady or TTQ up and in your face. Let's see which of the 2 play styles works out. However, take a look at this. You can see all these points. It all looks really nice. Boars, 24 placement points, 71 points total with the 47 eliminations. That's crazy. K1 in danger. And they've been in danger
very much so
for a long time. They're swaying. They're definitely swaying. But 2 more games to play, 2 more games to hit that redemption streak.
I mean, the big worry here is for Bra, it's for Beşiktaş. They've only got 1 more match apiece to play, which is going to make things very, very tricky for them to be able to jump up on out. Remember, we were talking about the bubble being in the low 50s, right? But right now, it could not even reach the 40s quite reasonably, which is a very, very low bubble. What that does do is increase volatility massively. It's just not out the question that BX Brothers could get over 40 points, right, towards the end of the day. They've got 2 games. It could be done. We've seen them have a couple of glimmers of hope on fights, but they do need more here. But the lower the bubble is, the more uncertain it is about the teams competing for it. Teams like BW and RX are going to feel pretty chill right now. They're on 61, IDA on 58. But I'm really still just so surprised at the Falcons for being down here. They have had an absolute nightmare over the course of this tournament. It's not what we wanted to see. And the plays that they're making, it seems like there's some nerves, there's some sort of anger in there that isn't being resolved. And for the Falcons, that just cannot be the case. They're chopping and changing their players every now and again. They're trying to find a permutation that works, but it feels like they're just not settled in themselves.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be a little bit more coming through from those two teams. Specifically Falcons, as you're talking about the chop and the change of the roster. I think at this point where you do have this short form tournament format, let's figure it out a little bit sooner than later, right? Before we go towards the finals. 2 more games to do it in. Let's see if they have something consistent after that. Here are our top 4 gunslingers of the day, with Zedwolf being first place as per usual, and Symphony in second, which sort of doesn't surprise me. I think TTQ Symphony has been like a hidden pick for that team in terms of, we talk a lot about Nico, we talk a lot about Striker, but it is Symphony really putting in the vast majority share of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, you look at yesterday's games as well as some of today's games as well, getting 65 points in 4 matches over the course of yesterday. And today, they've been doing pretty well as well. I mean, we saw them get up towards, 9 elims in that last match. They're consistently getting towards those late games. This is the Thunder Talk that we saw during league stages, and it feels pretty good. We were worried about them during day 1 of the knockouts, but we needn't have, as he is still putting in that big shift for Thunder Talk. And we're beyond confirmed that they are going to be in on for the finals. The question is, at what place will they be on the podium, really?
It is. Definitely is. We'll see just how far they can go. If they're able to get up towards that top side, if they get their hands on a lot of money, which is still on the line here on the knockout stage, it's not just the finals. In the meantime, we'll head towards a quick break. We'll be back at you with Miramar very shortly. See you soon.
And welcome back to the PMSL Europe, where our final two matches are about to take place. We are going to be heading over to the desert first for Miramar, followed by a Sanhok after that, where we will be deciding which 4 teams will be going down for the count in the knockout round.
And it's coming quick, right? Some of our teams will only have one more game to play today before we head over towards Sanhok to finish things off here. It's getting scary. It's getting very, very worrisome for some of our squads over on the tables. But there is 2 more matches to go through. We don't have Erangel left today at all. We've got a chaotic Sanhok to finish things off. But first of all, we've got to get past the dusty dunes of Miramar. Some longer rotates potentially. That last game on Miramar was very rough, with teams having to figure out their way through La Bandita and the crater itself, K1. Kind of having a bit of a crestfallen approach to that game where they just crashed upon the rocks and all fell down.
That's not ideal, right? You want to be a little bit firmer in your approach to the circle. But when you've got a feature like La Bandita to deal with, it can get tricky. There will be plenty of features in this next map too, I'm sure. We'll have to wait and see where we're going to end up, though, for our final Miramar of this stage of the tournament. We saw in that last match that we just had over on Erangel that Guild were able to push up a little bit higher on the tables to put themselves back again in that conversation. It seems like this is just a team that doesn't go down, right? They're definitely a team with a little bit of fight in them, even if they're not one of the best. I think that over the course of the last 2 days, they have gained a little bit of respect from me.
A tiny bit, a little bit of respect from John goes a long, long way in the long run, which is nice to see. But yeah, the long run here for us, at least, is the road to the Esports World Cup, EWC, coming around the corner soon. And again, if you don't get yourself over towards those finals, you're not going to have a chance to make it in the first place. I do worry a little bit because I think down towards the bottom of the tables, getting into the finals at this point in time, it feels less like getting into the finals to have a shot at EWC, but rather getting into the finals just to have a shot at the prize pool down towards the bottom of the tables. That's the only thing that scares me. Hopefully there is some major changes between now and the finals itself, as like I said before, there is a little bit of a break in between the knockout stage and when the finals will take place.
Yeah, a couple days to be able to get recentered, travel to the venue, things like that, making sure that everyone is in place, locked and loaded, ready to go for the finals. And they should be happy to. I'm seeing the Miramar maps starting up fairly soon, so hopefully we'll be underway with match number 4 today for our teams to take their shot at this one. There will be some teams, Blank, whose last match this is, and I believe that would be teams from group. Wait, which group? Which group won't be playing in the last match of the day? I have a feeling it's Group A.
It is Group A, yeah.
So we're going to be looking towards Group A to see who is going to have their last match of the day, which, of course, is your last chance to score points. It's your last chance to try to get towards the top of the tables and see what you can do, right? So we'll see where that benchmark is going to be made.
Regnum, Carya, and TTQ have the biggest chance right now to get towards that first place spot and maintain it. Obviously, TTQ's already there, but things can change. There is an outside chance that if one of the teams with 11 games played over towards that top side, for instance, like S2G, if they're able to get themselves a massive win on this next game, maybe they have a chance to stay up towards that first place spot. If TTQ and Regnum Carya can't do well in games, but that remains to be seen, and we'll find out just after this match, as I believe this is the final match that Group A will be playing.
Yeah, that will consist of S2G, BRX Esports, Fenerbahçe, and BRX Esports. All of these teams doing pretty well, except for BRX, but they have managed to find 1 or 2 good matches today. Will they be able to put themselves in the running, Blank? That is what it's all going to be about. I feel like BRX is the team that will draw the most eyes during this one, but of course the battle for the top still rages on. So let's take a look and see how we're going to be getting on with things. Playing path from El Azahar over Monte Nuevo. Again, nice and central. The circle yet to appear, but we'll have to wait and see where we're going to end up.
This is a very nice playing path, as you were talking about there, John. Gets everyone to exactly where they need to be on the map. BX Brothers is going to head up towards Torre Hamada as usual. A big game for them here on Miramar would be nice. TTQ start their journey over towards El Azahar and their journey to maintain that #1 spot inside the lobby. Regnum, Carya, and Picardo looking to catch them up because they are nipping towards their heels.
Circle, dead center on the map as the plane Tokyo drifts off the screen yet again. Will be sent on its way. Nice and happy with that one. Over towards San Martin for the circle. S2G regrouping right in the middle of this one. Looking out for hot drops, not seeing any right now. It seems like, again, everyone is going to be playing fairly chill.
Yeah, it's not only a super easy playing path. The circle itself is really easy to work with too. So over towards San Martin does give a nice start for Regnum Carya as they can move up towards that top side, but realistically the big winners here are S2G as well as IDA on that western side.
Still, it is only phase 1, which means that the amount that being in the center matters here is a little bit less powerful than it can be towards the latter half of the match, where you can really have your say over the dynamics of the circle. S2G, though, still will be happy with this one. Getting out of San Martin may be something that they have to figure out as well, because you don't want to be trapped on the inside for too long here for S2G, so we'll have to watch out for that transition away. Guild, they're moving past Impala. They're heading further southwest, almost down towards Los Leones at this point, Blank. They will currently have neighbors in Impala as well, so not going to be a free and easy rotate down that southeast side for Guild.
Guild is the team that needs to get a move on. See them there, 18th place, 32 points. It's very, very tight down towards the bottom of the lobby. We have that big jump up over towards 14th with Papara Supermassive with 45. There can have to be some really incredible games here to put it into a place where there is more than 2 spots realistically up for grabs, with Bra in 15th and K1 in 16th. These are likely the 2 interchangeable spots, in my opinion, unless all these teams down towards the bottom of the lobby start doing some crazy things, and we even up towards those 40 points. Even then, you're realistically looking only at 14th and 13th place being movable. I think IDA in 12th place with 58 points, which is roughly where we said that safety would lie at 58 to 60. That's where things just, I don't think they're going to change at all. I think that would be crazy to see IDA knocked out.
Yeah, it should be fairly set right now, especially with the dearth of points down to the lower end of the tables, a lot less than we expected. BRA able to get that shot in, and RUKH going down to 3 players. I mean, they're on 17th place here. That is not good news on a tiebreaker with K1, and they already have the loss, but giving that point over to Bra as well is a pretty big pickup for them.
It's a very, very big pickup for Bra, because not only do they get a point for themselves towards their name, but they also leave a team that's further down towards beneath them in the dust, right, with only 3 players. We speak a lot of times how having 4 members on Miramar is a very, very important tool towards getting to the end game and having success at the end game. So RUKH immediately going down towards 3 means that they can't really afford to make too many mistakes going forward. You can't afford to lose a scout early on, because then you'd be down to 2. So they really have to change up their playstyle from minute 5, which is not fun.
Yeah, and of course, this being Bra's last game as well means that getting these points now is so important. They're probably hoping that they can get up towards maybe that 45-point metric where Papara Supermassive are. I feel like that would seem a little bit safer. You'd have to see quite a few teams jumping up on over you to get knocked down. You need to see 2 teams then progress further than you. But it will all be decided by the layout at the end of this match, because we're looking at the rest of the teams in Group A. It's Fenerbahçe, it's S2G, it's RUKH Esports. None of them are really in the question for getting eliminated, but 2 of those teams are in the conversation for first place at the end of this one. But they do have that disadvantage of having only the 1 match to play compared to Regnum Carya, compared to Thunder Talk. So they'll have to try and contend with that over the course of this game and see how far they can go. Still early doors, 2 minutes 20 until we'll see that second stage circle.
Yeah, we've got a while yet. A lot of teams will just be getting their looting done during this phase. Hacienda currently held by Carya, which is probably most central position. I just favor S2G spot more, as well as IDA, because it is on that high ground, giving you a lot more scouting capability. It's a little bit safer as well. Carya, though, will find a player from Flux. Off the bat there, that's Poser. S2G getting into conflict with IDA.
Having the scrap that could leave their bell rung here, but again, both of these 2 teams gonna be okay. Flux seeming to find that res. IDA not fully confirmed, but Rita is so isolated right now over towards S2G's position. You've got to imagine that it's gonna be nigh on unresable there, but they could give it a good go. All 3 of them are bunched up though, and IDA, yeah, not looking to get further involved into this one. S2G in that central position have moved up to that high ground, and they'll control a lot of the ground around it. Rita is flushed away, and S2G get a point.
Yeah, nice and easy. Again, we talked about this earlier about S2G. They need to have a massive game if they want to topple TTQ from first place, or TTQ need to consistently do badly going forward. That's not to mention the other teams towards the top side of the lobby as well. So for S2G, a lot riding on this Miramar for them. And we'll check back in with them slightly later. See exactly where they do end up. Still very surprised by Boars' run today. Up to 6th place with 71 points. It has just been a bit of a violence fest for them. Just immediately running teams down, going for fights that seem unfavorable, and coming out on top with just sheer firepower.
Yeah, and they've only had 2 of their matches today, right? They've still got all of their games left, all of the games left today to play, and they have had a bit of an ascendancy over the course of the knockout stages. They started today in 10th place on 44 points. So they've already managed to find, 27 points, which beats their day 2 record of 26 in just the first 2 games. Now, this circle is interesting. It goes over to San Martin. S2G's high ground really important here, and look at the spread that Carya currently hold. I feel like it's too much ground for them to control right now, and they may have to concede, figure out which position they want to consolidate.
Yeah, because as we head over towards Hacienda in the first place, and San Martin, it's a difficult area of the map to play. S2G is going to confirm over towards the buildings to start things off, because it does seem likely that this might head over towards more of an urban finish. They still hold on the high ground portion of the map, though, with at least one of their players anchoring on the north.
2 players on the rooftops here. Flux moving in around them. Regnum, Carya as well. S2G actually left their high ground on the south side, immediately sent straight across San Martin, but now they're locked into a fight with Regnum, Carya in and amongst the crates. A battle for the top spots on the tables. S2G looking to try and stop Regnum, Carya. It'd be a great pickup if they can do it, and I will find the first over onto Toshbik. Getting that Elim point is huge.
Massively so. Regnum Carya losing Loxy as well. Fenerbahçe find the shots, and again for Regnum Carya, if they go down, they still have one more game to play, but you really don't want to be losing games in the back pocket like this. I think K1 very terrified here. They're now in the exact same boat as RUKH. They're losing one player on side.
It is not a good time. Regnum, Carya, in the midst of all of that, have actually managed to get all 4 of their players back up and alive. They're in a central spot, trapped in the same building, but having all 4 of your players, that's better than nothing. Icy, though, may want to change that. A nade in there could find massive value. Kelsey's got that run out as well on the back. Sarah has the high ground overlooking it. Regnum, Carya really controlled. They can't even get to the top floor. They'd have to go outside to be able to mount up there, and they cannot risk it right now. The north side of San Martin is on lockdown.
We are really speeding up this Miramar quite a lot. Most teams looking to try and secure a central location. There's not a lot of teams wanting to play on these outer edges. S2G sending nades over towards Regnum Carya, who have just about picked themselves back up again. Kelsey prone down in the grass. That is a wild shot from Icy, though. Long distance.
I'm also looking at Falcons taking Brad down as well. In 15th place, 38 points is not safe for them. They just lost 2 of their players and they've only got 1 point. It looks like they're taking more fire as well. Blank, if they end their run, they are going to be so nervous moving into the final match of the day.
Yeah, again, it's a good point you bring up there, John, because like you said, Bra only has 1 game to play. I know we've got 2 more matches, but they will not be in the group. The final match of the day. This is their last chance to put up big points, and Bra now in a very difficult position. They want to get up towards at least the 40s. Being here at 38 is very bad news.
Definitely is. I mean, it's going to be tricky. Everybody beneath them on the tables trying to push in that final match. And ending in 15th place, that is really tenuous. It would take 2 teams to jump up over you. And when your points difference is only 4, that is a very serious possibility here. For Brat, they're not happy. Fenerbahçe, they're taking fights over towards RUKH Esports. Top 5 still going hell for leather, fighting into one another. Lux sprayed out in the open towards Cedric, low as he tries to get across the vehicle, taking the brunt of the damage, but that's going to leave him fairly immobile here. As Lux is flushed away, and that goes over to Fenerbahçe, who are on the chase. Thunder Talks, though, but they have just surpassed the 100-point mark. Look at that, Thunder Talks on triple digits. Just a moment before Fenerbahçe. Papa Supermassive in the fight against Thunder Talk, looking to try and win it out, try and control this one.
TPQ heading in, Papa Supermassive, like you were saying, really struggling here, and I think that should be them going down. Just the 45 points. Again, hard to topple over towards Paparazzi Supermassive, and we said it would require a lot of our bottom teams to have big pop-off games, and so far, most of them, other than Guild as well as BX Brothers, have taken knocks. So I think Paparazzi Supermassive should still be safe-ish. It requires some very odd gameplay to come through towards stage 5 for teams to start having success on the amount of players these teams still have remaining.
Falcons,
That is
they've
a
had their
long
game
nade.
off. It certainly is. They managed to get it all the distance as well. The Falcons have had a game off, and it seems like they're looking a little bit revitalized here on the northwestern side. They've managed to get some cheeky little picks, some decent high ground positions. They're spraying down towards Fenerbahçe and adding to their tallies. They are now on 50 points blank and feeling safer by the second. It's very early doors in this Miramar, so I won't count the Falcons before they hatch on this go around, but I'm seeing those little glimmers.
IDA. Currently over towards the western side of San Martin. Not a fun spot to be, but depending on the next circle, could keep them nice and safe. See where it centers up. Heads over towards that north side. So San Martin's still a big feature inside this circle, but Carya kind of gets the pick of the litter there. You can see with those two compounds over towards that northeast side, both of them very, very strong. They may need to consolidate at some point. It's something they've been refusing to do throughout the entirety of this game, and I think that that's based off the fact that they understood that a lot of teams would be heading up towards San Martin, so they took a chance on that location.
Falcons on the run out. Savian cuts straight across them, and Ralph is there, but he's just about able to win that trade. He had a sliver of HP left, but now comes Simple Tomac, and there's the Molotov. 3 players now down for the Falcons. It's all up to Narvalo, but they have got the crawl in. He will be able to get at least 2 of these reses coming on through. Koa's first, Redox will be next, but Ralph is at risk here. Simple Tomac runs on in. Savian is scouting. He is down, but can still feed that info back. Spotted around the side of the press. Second player up, gets the first knock. Simple Tomac with the challenge. He was able to do it against IDA. Can he do it here now against the last player alive for the Falcons? Yes, he can. Fenerbahçe slaughter the Falcons on the inside of the press factory and will be able to take them down on 50 points. That may be enough, but that is not going to feel good.
I'm not sure the play was to go through with the res. I think he was so close it was hard to make the decision to pull off it. And maybe he was thinking more towards the end game as well. Where if he hadn't got that res off, it was unlikely he'd get more than 2 reses through. Sticky grenade in. Grenade across the way. Taking a little bit more damage. Oh, and he gets across.
Goodness me.
Funny.
Beşiktaş not going to get taken down there. They're playing 3 versus 4, but Simple Tomac has been such a warrior for this roster today. He has been so on it. It's great to see. He's on 4 elims this time around. I mean, big credit to Savian, to be fair. He was able to get 2 of them almost to 0. Well, almost 3, right? He was almost able to get Ralph. And that really opened the door for the rest of them to roll on in for Fenerbahçe. And now they're up to 6 elims. They're on 103. They've taken that top spot back.
Yeah, Fenerbahçe not doing badly. But still only 3 players, but 6 elims. Plenty of loot going forward. Can they win this fight between them and BX Brothers? BX Brothers are hoping to capitalize on this fight completing, but haven't really found too much. This is a nice spot from Ramio, though. Steps up and looks to the shot towards Savian, and will find it.
Yeah, it should be fairly chill on that one. Fenerbahçe now down to 2 players. Beşiktaş running out, looking to confirm the flush. Simple Tomac has the cross covered. A nade out into the open. Will tag damage on, but not get too much more than that. Waiting for a second as well. They know he's on this corner. Razy has the high ground back angle, but Beşiktaş has lowered the HP on contact. The nade from Ramio will also connect, and Simple Tomac path needs to be careful. Into the side of the vehicle, planting those rounds, hops in, hops out, and goes down. BX Brothers overwhelm on the outside. Razy not really able to do too much there. Cert does fall. That is actually from the explosion on the vehicle, though, so that wasn't even from Razy's intervention.
Simple Tomac tried to go for something similar versus IDA. Just go for the spray down. I like the cheeky pickup into the vehicle. I liked even the cheeky first aid kit that he was going for. Going to try and confirm over towards it despite under all that pressure. Circle moves over towards that north side. S2G, because they were in that building for so long on the northeast, they actually get a pretty decent dub off the back of it. Carya can now think where they're playing on the circle. I think they will regroup over towards Lewis and Marceau. You can see them already moving out the vehicle. So a good spread there from Carya, in my opinion.
Yeah, they managed to hold their nerve on the 2-2. The high ground on the top of Hacienda worked out well for them. Thunder Talk, though, not ones to be slowed down. I'm expecting them to careen on into this next circle at some point. We'll see where they choose to go for that. Guild on the northeast side, wanting to keep up pace. They have put themselves in that conversation. As Fenerbahçe finally fall, BX Brothers, a 3rd point on the match from 20th place. I mean, they've got a run to make it, but we'll see what they can do.
See them, not bad. 26 though, very bad in terms of. The chicken dinner to have a chance, right? From the talks, currently in a rough spot with RUKH, with oversight. And RUKH has really done their best to remain in this game, but how long now? Bit of a troublesome spot up the hill.
Kairos needs to stay alive here, but RUKH are wrapping around the back there with 2 players in the vehicle. Not going to hop out, but go instead behind the headland. That should be an easy pickup. Thunder Talk are being drawn short. And again, this is their last match of the knockout stages. They will go down. Fenerbahçe are out as well, as we saw earlier in their scrap with the BX Brothers. So it's 103 to 102. And Fenerbahçe will be playing... oh, hang on a minute. Haven't they finished their match as well? Or is it S2G who doesn't have another one to play? I think it's Black Esports who have finished as well, and S2G. So Fenerbahçe have more runway to be going on with, and that will mean that Thunder Talk definitely not going to be top of the tables going out of these knockout stages.
Ooh, RUKH losing even more. Just the 2 points sits them over towards 16th. How long is that going to stick around for, though?
Remember, they do have another game to play after this one on Sanhok. But losing your 16th place, it'll be pretty terrifying. Really unfavorable position. The Boars, they've been on the warpath today, and they're rolling out here. Scarface without the ammo to stop this spray. Could be really devastating to the backline of this one. Madcap trying to hold his nerve, but Fireflux are getting torn apart here. Boars losing 1 on the push, losing a 2nd, a 3rd to a nade, and finally they do come tumbling down. A bold rollout across the road, and they are being punished. Tulika gets the heal off, but the rest of his teammates not so lucky.
The Boars, again, these are just wild plays coming out from them. Just giving their life for the cause of eliminations. Fireflux, Scarface, will find the Molotov over towards Tulika, and that will be Boars Gaming down. And Boars Gaming just looking to ruin the day of another team inside the lobby. S2G hanging on very, very tightly down towards the south side, as are Regnum Carya. IDA are most likely going to be held out here. BX Brothers have stayed out of the way for a long, long time over towards that northwest side.
Yeah, they've had their fight with Fenerbahçe. They 3rd-partied onto that engagement. And were able to win it out. For their trouble. RUKH, in the meantime as well, have been surviving. We're nearly into the placements now. And every single time that a team goes down, they ladder up. They get more points. And they've finally earned that placement point. It will only be going up from here. They do have to go further forwards to make it to the next circle. The question is, do K1 have anything to say about it? K1 now in 17th place. Do want to push up towards RUKH, who did just go down.
K1 with a 1 elim. I'll push further on this. They have a good spot as well to play this in, John. And they can stay fairly out of the action for quite a while. Guild similarly looking to do the same. Down in 18th place. Goal lines are so close right now. See how far K1 and Guild can push this.
S2G being a blocker on the route out of San Martin. That's where they started, it's where they'll stay. Still in that hole. Guild losing a player, Default sprayed down, Spike trying to get behind the headland and a back off theme from Wagner on the back line. Default has cover, but he's half HP on the knock and will need immediate rescue here. K1 looking like they may want to reposition on this and maybe an opening, or are they just going to get run down here? Guild need to be defensive.
Default out. That is the main player on the side of Guild as well. K1 kind of putting the boot down over towards Guild is a really big deal, considering they're fighting for their tournament lives just ahead of them. Still not out of the woods yet, but those 3 points mean a whole lot to K1. If they get a few more here, the final players from Guild, which should be a cakewalk for them. It's looking more likely that Carya is going to be picking up these points.
K1 moving further up north does allow Bra a little bit more leeway as well, which is, again, not ideal. So sure, you might be able to take down Guild, but you allow Bra to get in, and again, it's just those teams that are sat around you that are going to make your life harder. If you want to curtail any team, it may be Bra, because you know that they don't have any more point scoring opportunities. So for K1, if they can leapfrog them, it's going to feel a lot safer. But they will take the shots against Bra, but they do lose their outpost. Bra desperately clinging on to this match blank. They're on a sliver of HP, but they have survived for just a moment longer.
Small amount. Bra looking to put it to more work. K1 also taking more damage. Guild attempting to ladder up on the points. But time is running out for them. Bra actually shooting over towards K1. This is a very important fight between them. And K1 gets knocked out. And Bra hold on with 4 elims.
They're out now, though. They've just gotten the placement points added in. They're on 42. Blank, that may be enough. That may be just enough to see them safe, but they end their game on 42 points. They will not be playing again, which means that that is the bubble we're looking at. K1 right around the corner from that. RUKH right around the corner from that. It needs 2 teams to jump up over them to be able to take them down. Now, Guild, looking like they're running out of gas here, will be going down fairly soon. With the placement points that they'll earn, they'll be up near on 35. And again, it's just so dangerous for Bra right now on these tables. And Papara Supermassive aren't safe either.
Not anymore. I think that the difficulty for Bra, though, is that that's their last game. So, sat on 42. Well, that ended things up. RUKH will have to have a bad game. Guild will have to have a bad game. BRX Brothers, it's unlikely, but they are into the top 5 now.
It is looking fairly unlikely. For Papara Supermassive, it would require 3 teams to surpass them, and depending on what BRX Brothers do here, at the moment I'm discounting them a little bit, but it would require K1, RUKH, and Guild all to jump up fast, right? And Guild going down isolates them. They're on 36 points here, Blank, which again is so close, and Bra will be very, very nervous about that going into the final game. But for the BRX Brothers, there's a non-zero chance that they could win this and take another spot into contention around those boundaries. It is really going to get messy for the teams on the border.
CG. Look to push up. They will lose Icy on the back lines. He's done such a phenomenal amount of work for the team today. They're looking to finish strong, though. I don't know. I know they're trying to get him, but I don't think they are going to get him. BRX Brothers holding on as best they can to the edge of the cliff.
CEO later, off angle for Carya, putting the hurt down. They're blooming more smokes. They do have that crate in front of them to maybe use as cover, but it's difficult. And Carya are taking sight lines down towards the south side as well. Regnum, Carya, and S2G will be scrapping with one another. It is what the BRX Brothers can do on that northern side that is the big question here. They need more points than this. They could potentially just win these firefights, right? They've got 30 seconds before the zone moves in. Make that 20 now. And can they get an opening? There is a little shack that sits in front of them that they may be able to make their way up towards, but Carya really don't want to let that happen. It's really nasty. The smokes come through. With 8 seconds left, they need to get those smokes out nice and quickly. But Kelsey finds a knock over to Lewis. This could be go time for BRX Brothers.
Gotta move in. Get it done now. This is so important to them. The Expos with 4. Chicken dinner could change the entirety of the leaderboard.
Another knock on the south side. S2G and Regnum Carya tearing shreds out of each other. Carya do get the res, but BX Brothers are right up and into the game now. Third, on that close angle. Looney with a nade around the corner. Lewis is low, but healing up as time goes on. S2G moving around, so are Regnum Carya, 2 players apiece. Toshbik, though, unlikely to get res. The first knock goes over to Kara. And that will help them out really nicely. And another one found as well. BX Brothers suffering heavily on this push. Kara holding their nerve. Another shot flying through the window. Can they get an aid? A hop out from CEO later. There's a chunk out of the remaining players, and they hop out the window. It's BX Brothers falling. They will go down in 3rd place with 3 elims. It's a decent amount of points, but I don't think it's going to be enough. S2G want to keep this crunch on, though. And Kara, with 2 players to face against them, have lost 2 of their own.
S2G needed a massive game. Potentially set themselves to the top of the leaderboard. Poser, last remaining. Good shots coming through from S2G, and Hamzy G will lock it down. But will that see them into 1st place? We'll have to find out. Go to the overalls in a little bit, John.
It was right down to the wire, but that was S2G's final game. Even if it's not our final game here, we all have one more game to watch. But, of course, with the groups as they are, that was their last one. Same story for Thunder Talk, same story for RUKH Esports, and crucially, the same story at the bottom of the tables coming on in as well, locking in the boundary scoreline, right? They're going to have a real tough time to try and hold on to that one right towards the bottom for Bra. They were out in, I think they got 43 points, if I'm not mistaken, and they will not be playing in that last match. So it's really up to the teams beneath them to see what they can do to try and jump on through.
It's going to be very, very difficult going forward. I am kind of scared for some of these teams towards the bottom of the tables. I'm glad that they are really putting in a shift today, though, to try and stay up towards that top side. But yet, it's definitely one of those moments, and we use this phrase a lot, but I think it's very pertinent here, which is it's too little too late, right? And I think that we're just getting to the point where we're trying to push over the top side, but I just don't think you've done enough. I think Bra, for me, they're one of the few teams that I actually think somewhat deserve to have dragged themselves out from the bottom of the lobby. But their last game, they just don't go far enough. Really, here it's going to be. They're not going to have the fate. It's in their own hands. They're going to have to hope other teams take out those squads down towards the bottom of the lobby for them, and they're going to have to watch on and bite some fingernails.
Absolutely. It is going to be nerve-wracking. They have no say anymore about what is going to be going on there. So only time can tell. It's really annoying to have that taken away from you, right? It's not to say that they have any more or less opportunity than the rest of the lobby, right? They all do play 12 matches. It's not like there's some disparity there. But even so, not playing in the final match when your tournament life is on the line, it's got to feel nerve-wracking. Let's take a look at those final moments. And it really was Hamzy G who did so much, just penning Kara in. I mean, Lewis goes down. He finds Marso. He finds CEO later out of position. Sure, there was help from Calci across the way, but even then, he takes the corner onto Poser. That's a 1v1 clean around the edge there. Hamzy G annihilating them and gets MVP for his troubles.
Yeah, it's clinical utility usage. I think that's the most impressive thing out of that entirety of the fight is just the way he uses utility to push targets out of position and into a spot where he can take shots at them. So it's all very, very nice there from Hamzy G. I think it was a very impressive performance from him there. But yeah, for S2G, they needed a fairly big game to see them on top. We'll see how that does shake things up. But there is still a chance for other teams to get over the top of them now that they've played their final game. Though, it is over towards Sanhok, which is not always the most consistent of maps to be played on.
No. Top damage, though, on that match goes to Kara, with Lewis being the representative there. 982 damage found. 2 nades from Symphony on Thunder Talk, who have closed down their tournament as well, as Hamzy G having closed theirs. So, a lot of teams have locked themselves in to be safe towards those finals. It is still up for grabs as to who is going to be at the bottom of the tables. I think Beşiktaş also weren't playing in that last match, but they too have a chance to jump up. It is going to be very, very close. S2G, they put up a middling elim chicken dinner with 8 total being added to their tally with a fairly decent spread. This is, I believe, their second chicken dinner today. So they seem to have definitely shirked that curse of always finishing second.
I think this does sit them in first place. And I think that they are just banking on Sanhok being such a mess, because teams are going to be trying to go for all sorts of plays during that one that no other team can leapfrog over. And I think it's a good game to end on over on Miramar, not have to play out your Sanhok, because it's not the place I would try and find out if I could get towards first place. It's not super reliable, not consistent at all. But yeah, it's a nice game. It's nice to see Hamzy G stepping up as well, because it's been a lot of the icy show today, at least this time, a little bit more over towards Hamzy G. Sarah, I think, has had middling success over towards this team so far. I think he's a reliable option, as always. I always will say that about him. But yeah, he hasn't really been putting in the work. I also think that's because they don't really use him to their advantage. I think when you saw him playing on Regnum Carya, there was a lot of times where they sent him out on a lot of these off angles, and that's what he was very good at.
Yeah, he was able to operate effectively in the field for them. It seems like for S2G, I mean, it's definitely not a bad pickup, right? But maybe a little bit difference in terms of what strengths they were able to dish out over the course of the games that they've played. But to be fair, S2G, they were able to do incredibly well during the league stage. They've again done incredibly well. Even if they're not top spot, they are definitely on a podium, I would say, at this stage. Fenerbahçe, the only team that can really accelerate away from them, I think, at this point. Regnum Carya as well, just around the corner, could challenge towards those top spots. But either way, S2G definitely showing strength here, and hopefully a team that will be feeling confident to take home one of those 4 qualification spots to the PMWC.
I think a lot of people have this name in their throats when it comes to EWC, and I'd be very, very shocked to see S2G not make it towards the top side of the lobby over in the finals and get at least in towards the top 4 to go to EWC. I think Fenerbahçe has certainly made their mark. I would not be surprised to see Thunder Talks at this point in time. Here's our replay from the game, though. All the Carya with a nice split earlier on. Game all versus S2G.
Shotgun shutdown. I mean, this felt like the Falcons should have had this on lock. It was Savian on the outside, who got a massive spray down. BX Brothers came in to clear this up, but this could have been the Falcons' game to have a little bit of a comeback here, but they were really just denied by a misstep controlling the outside of that warehouse. It is not friendly, not nice, but the Falcons should have done enough to see themselves safe in this tournament. I don't think there's any way that they drop down far enough, or more accurately, I don't think there's enough teams beneath them that can reasonably jump up over their scoreline to bust them out of this tournament just yet. So we'll probably be seeing them in the finals, fairly certainly, in this tournament. But there is a big question mark on their performance, right? They have not been the team that we know with these players that have been so consistent together in the past. They have not found that consistency here. They'll have to, moving over to the finals.
Carya actually overtaking S2G in the match rankings with 19 points total. And that's off the back of the 13 elims they're able to pick up during that game. Very, very impressive. No surprise that Lewis did so much damage that game either. S2G able to pick up 18. The BX Brothers actually come away with that game with 8 points overall. But K1 were finding stuff. Bra were finding stuff. Guild also found stuff. So it was a it's a big difficulty. Not the most fun time for the rest of the teams to suddenly step up performance after BX is probably very happy with the fact they got 8 points on that match, only to find out that every single other team they were battling out with also made it up there on the leaderboards.
Yeah, they got a couple of points. I think RUKH, the outlier there, with only 3. Papua Supermassive getting 0 as well does put them maybe a little bit in danger, but they still have that extra game to play in the next one, and they will be able to keep going. Now, over to the overalls, and you're right, S2G have made it into the top spot, and they will take that with 108. However, that is under threat. Fenerbahçe will not be able to overtake them, but Thunder Talk and Regnum Carya both have the opportunity to do so, with 6 and 7 points behind, respectively.
For TTQ, Regnum, Carya, I think both teams have had successful Sanhoks in the past. Regnum, Carya a little bit more so than the boys over on TTQ. TTQ's won a lot of Sanhoks or done a lot with Sanhok off the back of kind of very surprising takes on compounds, which I think teams are now reading into. You already saw RUKH Esports making a big change on Sanhok specifically because of TTQ and just rocking up over towards the outpost immediately. So yeah, I think for TTQ as well as Regnum Carya, there is a big chance here, but more so for Regnum Carya, I would say. And here is our final page. K1 looking to chase over towards BRA, put themselves ahead of them. But it's RUKH, Guild, BX Brothers, and Beşiktaş all the chance now. 37, 36, 31, 31. Sanhok can be a massively good map for giving points. If you get towards a strong position, you can get a lot of eliminations here. Wow, that's a lot scarier than I thought it would be. And Bra has definitely got to be quaking in their boots.
Absolutely. It requires two teams to leapfrog them. And look how close K1 and RUKH are, right? That's a total of 3 points between K1 and Bra. And K1 would win the tiebreaker there with the placement points that they've got. So would RUKH, and they would need 5 points. So it's 8 points total that need to go to those two teams to be able to push up and over and beat Bra on a tiebreaker. That is not a lot, all things considered. That is so doable. As we take a look at our gunslingers there, you can see Zedwolf still sat atop the pack, and that isn't going to change either, because you can see both Symphony and Icy are not playing in this next match, unless Zedwolf goes down early and Wild pops off.
Symphony is
on Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk still have one more game.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. I was Fenerbahçe.
You just talked about it as well, which is a funny thing.
Hey, you know what? That's a funny prank. Just kidding.
Just a little prank.
Just a little funny prank. Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, we will be back soon with Sanhok after this one. So we'll catch you very shortly. See you in a bit. The last game, the knockout.
With one more match left to play, it is all up for grabs. There is so much volatility at the bottom of the tables, and that's what happens in these short sprint formats, right? 12 matches each team. It can get dicey, and that is what we're looking to do. They've got to roll the dice and try and take this one home. It is really, really nerve-wracking, right? At the moment, at the bottom of the tables, there are single points in it, right? There are tiebreakers coming into question. It is a much lower bubble than we expected, and it's getting very, very scary.
Indeed, it is. 2 points between RUKH and K1 at 37 and 39, heading in towards this Sanhok, and every single team other than Bra from 15th place has this final game to play. So it's hectic, and I don't think we could have really set it up better, honestly, tournament side, for this to be an unbelievable finish to our day. We still also have TTQ and Regnum Carya battling out for that top spot. They'd need, well, they would absolutely need to overtake here. So for TTQ, they need 7 points, and for Regnum Carya, they need 8. It's not a huge amount of points, realistically, in the grand scheme of things for both these teams, but the pressure can get to you.
Regnum Carya would be able to win on a tiebreaker against S2G. If they get a chicken dinner, they have 41 placements. They would tie 3 chicken dinners with S2G, and they would also be on 51 placements to 48 on S2G. So they'd need, but that wouldn't happen because they'd only be 7 points behind, right? So, okay, yeah, you'd already consider that. I'm sensing. And had delivered that. So if they got a chicken dinner, they would already break the tie. They would just win outright, right?
Yeah,
you're
I'm
right,
saying that they would just need,
Anyway,
if they got more than those 9
if they
points,
got only 7 points
win
on the match and also a chicken dinner, they would still would win.
Yeah. Okay. So we figured that out. Well done. We're there.
Yeah. I caught up.
You did. But this is a good. There is, even if they weren't able to overtake S2G, I think there's a very good possibility that both those teams overtake Fenerbahçe at 103 points, which is second place, which will earn you a good chunk of change going forwards. So yeah, that's definitely the possibility here. But we're more looking down towards the bottom of the tables during this game. We'll keep track of that first spot because it is 4 grand. It's quite a lot of money, and make sure that you guys are up to date about that one.
Yeah, we certainly will. We will be heading in fairly soon. It is, of course, Sanhok, our deciding map. And as we talked about a lot, it can get chaotic. It can get a little bit silly on some of these rotations. It depends where that circle ends up. Is there anywhere you're particularly hoping that the circle might go towards the end of this match? Or are you willing to just let the winds take you wherever they may?
I would quite like to see more over towards Lakawi, honestly.
Okay.
Don't really often see circles end over there very often. I quite like a lot of the hilltops in that region too. It's a bit of a nasty area, a lot of high ground available to you. Interesting terrain down towards that south side, as well as Quarry being like this really horrible spot that you need to get through on the way to it. Yeah, that would be a nice spot to end. I don't really think I've ever seen a Lakawi finish, you know?
Well, like all the way in Lakawi, off of that big ridgeline that sits to the west.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Lakawi finish. I don't know if I look back. I don't know if this is just something that the circle is incapable of doing, or we have just been unlucky. I've seen plenty of cow finishes. I have seen. That is weird, actually. I've seen a lot of cow.
I feel like we probably will have seen a Lakawi finish.
No,
it may just not. Really?
I can promise you, we have never seen a Lakawi finish.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's curious. I in my head I'm like, of course I've seen one, definitely. And then I'm thinking and I'm like, I don't remember one.
Yeah. I remember Camp Bravo finish. I remember Quarry finish. I remember Cave finish. I remember Center finish.
Center River Island finish.
Yep. I remember Camp Alpha finishes. I have never seen a Lakawi finish.
Okay. Do you remember a Nakam finish? See, this is the thing. I feel like I'm not entirely sure. I believe that there's never been a standout.
Yeah, no, I have seen
finish.
a Nakam finish. I remember the little docks down that way that we ended on.
All right,
yeah.
okay. but he ain't never seen a Lakawi finish. Maybe we'll get it this time around as we head from the west side to Kampong, a little bit far away on the northern edge. But again, it's Sanhok. It's so small, it shouldn't matter too much. Everybody will be nice and happy. Back on in for the final time here on the knockout stages, and potentially the final time for 4 of our teams in this game as well. If we close down the scores as they are right now, it would be 4 teams who are currently playing in this match that would be eliminated. It's BRA at risk. They started this match fairly low down on the tables, but they are in 15th place for now. But can that stay? Can they stick in that 15th place?
Playing path down towards that south side as teams started to migrate up towards the north. Most teams in position. Papara Supermassive. We'll head over to Paris Resort. I like that. It's a good change in my opinion, considering S2G are in the game. A good spot to play with the amount of northern circles we've seen as well. Why not? That's going to give you a very, very good place to bank off of. And it is a south circle. Okay.
Very unlikely that it goes to Lakawi. I feel like it's still possible, but it would be hard northeast shifts every single time, right?
Yeah, we're cutting out half of Lakawi as well, so yeah, absolutely not.
Yes, it's a very zero probability. Not quite entirely zero, but zero enough for my liking. Boars,
Very zero.
very zero. It's zero-ish.
It's almost 100% zero.
Was 0% 100?
What's closer to 0? 0.01 or minus 0.01?
There's a couple of
Or
definitions you need to probably clarify in that question. I'm not sure. I would say that
I think
the
I would
magnitude
respect
of
if you
both
said
of
I
those,
don't know.
the magnitude of both of those numbers is the same, which means that certainly on the complex number plane, they are at the same distance away from 0.
Okay. Respect.
There you go. How's that?
I like that. Good.
All right.
I was hoping for more of a quantum dynamics. Let us know that this question cannot be answered.
Well, in some fields, I think in some fields of computer science, there is like 0 and -0 as 2 different things. So I guess that would maybe mean that technically 0.01 would be closer, although I don't even know if that's true. But yeah, you'd be really stretching the truth there, I think, to claim that one was further than the other.
Nice. Let's stretch our legs.
Okay. Where are we going?
Because it's jungle time. We're back on board with Flux on the screens, and this has been a relatively quiet start to the game, hence the 0 talk. Not much has happened. K1 down towards the cave side of things, though. They get a nice start to the match. Good high ground to play around with. They don't have to move off that position all that much. We'll have a lot of priority on compounds. The other teams we are looking at are RUKH, who are just about coming out from Paris Resort. They are sandwiched between Guild and FUT.
For the time being, anyway. Beşiktaş on the chase. It seems like Barsay trying to get out of there. EWNRX on the hills. Guild and RUKH. 2 teams here in danger. Not qualifying through, so Guild looking to try and win out this fight. Neither team really wants to take this, but Guild will be up on the forefront. Lost is low. Bolt goes down to nearly knocked and will be found, but there is that trade. That nade worked out well, but can anyone capitalize? Can they sweep on through? Guild have established a lot of off angles, and they are close for this res. So are RUKH, and they all know what's at stake here.
Beşiktaş getting blasted by Boars right now, and I think Beşiktaş's run is coming to a close. Beşiktaş still have 1 player, but 1 player from Boars is more than enough. It is Pusher. Push.
And this is Beşiktaş as well. Remember, these guys are at the bottom of the tables, but they want to try and climb on up if they can. Down on 2 players, though. It's going to be nasty. Guild and RUKH are continuing to spike out on these hills, and it looks bad for Guild right now. They've lost players. RUKH have only taken a knock over towards Momodal. They found the reses that they were looking for, too.
This is funny. This is very funny to me, honestly. Falcons are able to... Falconist is able to find push-up. Boars Gaming go down with just one elim. That does give Beşiktaş quite a few elims of their own. I'd love to know how many, but not allowed to see.
Secret. Secret, very funny.
We'll find out when we go back to them, though. Don't worry. We'll keep stock. We'll keep stock for you guys. Do the maths on the fly, as we always do.
Absolutely. We'll be checking it out. 15 teams remaining. It's only the Boars who have fallen.
I don't get Guild and RUKH, man. Why are you forcing a fight, like, not even in the circle? Does it make sense? No. Would I recommend it? No. Would I want them to do it again? Also, no.
Yeah, pretty sure. Definitely not. It's a bad time.
Like, they didn't have to. They could have just scarpered. That's the difference, I would say, between teams who actually want to go for those endgame pushes and high score games, is that decision in those moments to hear a team next to you and for you both to decide, let's go opposite ways. And you'll see that more on international, like the EWC, which we're currently on the road to. You didn't know already.
You can get your tickets already. Check that one out. The PMWC promises to boast 4 entrants from the PMSL. 4 of our teams here will qualify. And you can see them live if you grab your tickets now. And which 4 will it be? At the moment, S2Gs feel like they're pretty solid for 1. I'm not fully confident in Thunder Talk. I feel like that could be an interesting conversation. But again, for me, it's S2G and Regnum Carya, the only 2 teams that I'm confident in kind of locking in right now on that spot. Guild, over on the north side, they are cut down to 2. I think they managed to get a point against RUKH on that fight, but it is not looking super strong for them in order to jump on up.
Regnum Carya, they get 1 point towards their tally of 9. They need to pass over S2G. Whilst they spot them, though, right now they're quite close to the center of the circle, down towards the southwest, but crunched in between BW and RX. I think IDA sent out a scout, but was immediately dispatched on the approach.
He knows Enzo's there. He knows. He's got full info. But they're chilling for the time being. Beşiktaş down in cave there, which is an interesting choice given that they are currently at the bottom of the tables. It really limits your elimination scoring potential for the time being. But they've got 4 elims already, Blank.
It's not bad. Not a bad start. And Kai is still just hunkered down. Not all that much happening for them. Guild is currently in boot camp for whatever reason. And RUKH is tentatively moving down towards the south side.
Yeah, this river split is pretty nasty right now. It's fairly certain to be ending around the southwest point of Quarry at the moment. It feels like that's the most likely area, sort of around cave. And for Beşiktaş, this is great news, right? To be able to find that position. Frozen channeling is in a Robin Hood. Or maybe Legolas, depending on which part of the fantasy realm lore you want to try and get involved with. But he's got bow and arrow either way. K1.
K1.
Big pickup.
Nice.
Able to get a point, and that could be crucial. Remember, they are right on that bubble. BRA now only the 2 points ahead of K1, and remember, they lose the tiebreaker.
Goodness me. K1 looking over towards Flux. Ketch takes a pretty heavy chunk of damage. Kivik with a slow walk out to this.
Okay, that wasn't a self-made. That was Matcat.
Yeah. I think he should have just put the nade away, though.
Yeah, you could argue that. You could definitely argue that. Papara Supermassive rolling up with the hill, maybe looking for a third party here. And Papara Supermassive not out of danger fully, Blank. They're on 45 points. Unless they've managed to get some elims this match, which it looks like they haven't. They just want to try and survive. It would take 3 teams jumping up and over them. And of course, Bra can't jump up over them. So K1 RUKH Guild or just BX Brothers or Beşiktaş could also do that if they find a big game here. So Papara Supermassive, all they need to do here is, you know, make it to the top 5 in this game, and it's going to feel a lot safer.
Interesting ending to this circle as well. Over towards K, very nasty stuff to work with. Flux currently holding over towards this side of the map. Currently top of the cave. Looking down towards Beşiktaş, who have currently just phoned it in, and they will just sit inside this compound looking for some more points in terms of placements. RUKH is still wildly just meandering around the map.
Trying to get it done. Papara Supermassive as well, now sharing the compound across the road with Beşiktaş as they sit in the foothills of the cave mound, with Flux controlling the lip of the great chasm that sits between them and the drop down. K1 also trying to find shelter on the inside, and they definitely need it. A couple more points would see them further in. That's BX Brothers losing third.
Oh, good. BX Brothers losing 1 is very bad for their points totals into this game. We're more than halfway through this Sanhok as well. And all of the teams that kind of really need points just haven't found the center. BX Brothers are out on the edge. Guild is over towards Painan. RUKH is still fumbling around in the dark over towards the northeast side of Quarry.
Rough. Looney now goes down. This is BX Brothers trying to move in from the northwestern side, but Carya have other ideas, and it is just not going their way. BX Brothers may be our first team to lock in one of these 4 spots to get the elimination. Not where you want to be. Marso chasing it down as well. He wants to finish their tournament.
BX Brothers looking to fall out here as Carya continue to pop those shots in. And again, there just seems to be a lack of force emanating from these teams. And it's that initiative to take center here. A lot of them just cut out on the edge. And I genuinely think it's just the pressure getting to them this last game.
Carya continuing to take fights, though, against Falcons. This time at the top of the mountain. And Narvalo has gone down, but that should be fairly resable. I think they are currently performing the res. And Carya weren't in a full position to go over the top. They didn't have all of their players in position. But now the nade, that looks good over towards Ralph. Perfectly placed from Marso, and able to now push on in. This is where they can start to mount the top here. Mount the hill. Marso gets cut through a little bit, not quite all the way though, and that is going to allow him to survive through the fight. And the Falcons are being punished once again on the off angle. They'll need to figure something out over towards those finals where they're very likely to be seen. Redox with a chance here, but Carya just seemed to be indomitable on this spot.
Just cannot push up to him. Carya having a nice performance towards the end of the day here, coming off the back of a second place over on Miramar. Now looking for more here versus the Falcons. Redox pops the nade over the top, and it is good, but we're still chopping and changing on the roster here, John.
Looking for a res. Could get Ralph back up here for Redox. Maybe able to find it. That's FUT taking RUKH down as well in the meantime. Remember, RUKH are still chasing. They need a little bit more to jump up. They're on 39 points unless they got more elims since the last time we checked on them. And BX Brothers are down. Blank, that's our first team to get fully eliminated. Only 3 more to be decided.
Oh, dear. I mean, for RUKH, they're really, again, for pretty much most of our teams towards the bottom, there's been a lack of life in this game. There really has been a lack of life. And that's RUKH going down with just the 2 elims and 14th place. And you know what? Bra might be making it in. Despite everything.
Which is pretty crazy. RUKH are down, and they are also locked in 17th or lower, depending on where Guild are able to push up towards. And Guild are currently fighting. They are getting more and more points as they go. K1 in danger, but they are still alive as well. It's really up to Guild and K1 as to whether Bra survive. Redox is still fighting against Carya, by the way. He's managed to do quite a lot of work, but hasn't got any elims for it.
And he's dead. Good shot from CEO later. And Carya in the game. We'll begin our game here towards these final circles with 8 elims. Incredible result. Regnum, Carya getting taken down. Is that them out? Guild's out as well. So they won't be going any further. Only 2 elims. I think they're locked in down towards the bottom of the tables.
It's now only Beşiktaş who can change things.
And they're in a good spot. They actually are in a good spot. I can't tell if Regnum Carya is out, but I've seen a lot of knocks over towards their side.
I think over on the northwest. Yeah, there they go. 2 elims.
So they're not getting ahead.
Yeah, they're not getting up into first place. It's up to Thunder Talk and Beşiktaş to be a pivotal player in these final moments. Right now, Beşiktaş with 4 elims. I think they may have been able to pick up 1 or 2 more. I'm not sure since we last checked in with them. They had 4 elims on 35 points. They would need to get up towards 42 to confirm it.
This is important for TTQ though, John.
Onto Bra. TTQ battling for first place, trying to hold on, but Striker is down. Nico also, and 2 players on in. That's not enough to go for this push, but luckily they could stymie the fight. With Elvis down, they can take the time to get these reses, but Striker is confirmed.
There's some great nades coming through from the boys here on TTQ. Another big amount of damage. Molotov goes through. That might tickle over towards Merciless. We'll wait and see. Not quite. TTQ get one of their members back up, and Symphony's going to make the run. Oh, straight into the line of fire. This is an anticlimactic ending to Sanhok, dude.
Hang on a minute, that's Barsay going down. Hey, wait, TTQ are also out? Oh my goodness me.
Yeah.
That was the blue zone coming on through as well. That was crazy. What a way to finish that one out. But that means that our first spot is going to be locked in, right? With S2G.
Yep.
Up on the top of the table. They will take both the league stage and the knockouts in the final moments. But it's all eyes on Beşiktaş now to see if they can make their run, the miracle run from the bottom of the tables out of danger. K1, I think they've fallen in the midst of it all, Blank, but I'm not entirely sure on that. As BWNRX are next to fall. I think K1 have gone down in the mix of it all. I didn't quite track how many they were able to get. So, it could be that it's either K1 or Bra going down, depending on how far K1 went.
I personally think that Beşiktaş will make it in. It's again, like I said, this has been a pretty sad ending.
K1's still there.
Knockout stage.
They got up to 40 points, Blank. And I think they've already managed to get 2 placements here. They have at least 1 elim. I think they're ahead of Bra now, which means that Bra are in danger based on how Beşiktaş can do.
Yeah, 4 elim. Again, it's a sad ending. The knockout stage. Essentially, all of the fun teams that were going to make their way up into the top, make their way out of the bottom of the lobby, they all just had these weird approaches to the circle. Very lackluster. And Beşiktaş wins off an early send to one of the key compounds on the map.
I haven't won it yet.
Good stuff.
They still have to go a little bit further. With the 4 elims, they're guaranteed 2 placements. That's 6 points total. That will put them up at 37. They do win the tiebreaker with Bra, which means they need 5 more points from somewhere. And from here on out, the placement points go up by 1 point per team.
Beşiktaş will have to move, but as will everyone behind them. And that's where they'll start to get their placement points. Realistically, that is a long-range shot from up 4 over towards Scarface. Is K1 still in this game?
Yeah, they have
K1 is
Caprice in
still
the cave.
Sora Caprice, yeah. Again, it's just funny to me. You've got Beşiktaş and K1 just both. And I don't want to say ratting it out, but certainly feels like they're ratting it out.
Well, it's going to work, because now with 4 teams remaining, that is more and more points being added to the tally blank. This is so important. K1 have definitely made it now, because they've jumped up over BRA. There is no way they can fall out. It is all on Beşiktaş. Can they get in? Can they find their way through? Oh my goodness me. 4th place, 4 placement points guaranteed. 1 more point. 2, I think they might need 3rd place and another elim or 2. It's going to be right down to the wire. And Papara Supermassive will be the major fight on their hands across the road.
Yeah, we'll just wait for the overall standings. Papara Supermassive will find K1. That's down to Beşiktaş to get themselves out from this pretty rough corner of the map. 3 players there for Beşiktaş versus the 4 from Papara Supermassive. Next circle will force them to move. Should do. And it will be Beşiktaş first to move out. Papara Supermassive can hold strong towards this compound. They don't have to leave.
If Beşiktaş can get one of these knocks and force footballers to go down here, it would be huge. It's a nade over to the backline. Beşiktaş have to cross. Tron going for the spray down onto Yekta. They will pick up the point for Papara Supermassive. Beşiktaş going low as well. Blank, if they go down here, they won't make it. They're 2 points shy. They need a little bit more. What can they do? They're falling. They're falling. Are they gone? I think they still have a representative across the way, but no, they don't go the distance. And Bra are safe. Across the road, Beşiktaş can't cross it. They don't get the compound under control. It will be Papara Supermassive to find that final chicken dinner right down to the wire. Beşiktaş cannot make it work.
It is just silly to me, honestly. K1 getting back in off the back of that game, but what was that? Honestly, a very disappointing Sanhok. And I think it's okay for that to be a disappointing Sanhok on the last game of knockouts. Very, very upsetting. I mean, I think I was happy to see S2G hang on to it over towards the top side. But for Regnum, Carya, TTQ, they both fumble it there. RUKH's off in the distance, searching for something they dropped in the grass. BX Brothers aren't able to make it in. Guild's taking that fight with RUKH early on for no apparent reason. I am flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted. I mean, honestly, at least we have the best teams in the top 16 going through to the finals. That's the positive to take away from this.
Yeah, K1 also surviving towards the end and making it up above the threshold, which is probably good news. I wanted to see a little bit more life from them.
K1 starts in cave. Like, it's super fortuitous that they even get the circle down that way. Yeah. For me, that was a frustrating game. That was a very frustrating game.
And none of the teams at the top either were able to have an impact, right? And that's going to leave S2G.
I think Regnum Carya may have overlapped Fenerbahçe.
Oh, potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
For second?
For second, but it might have been TTQ as well because they got a lot of elims. So I think it might be S2G, TTQ, Regnum Carya, then Fenerbahçe.
Okay.
So that's the only thing that switches up. But it could be not by a lot.
Yeah, well, either way, I mean, the final moments there, all it would have taken was Beşiktaş to get a pick onto one of the foot players, and then for them to go down. It would have been enough.
I think I think that end game is fine, right? If you're just going to rat out in that building, not try and get any nades, like you just sent this there straight away, you had no utility to work with, and the one moment of difficulty where you have to leave that compound, you've got no smokes, no nothing. Like, at a single juncture where life gets a little bit hard because now you immediately get wiped. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. That was...
Not good. Not
good.
They go down to 3rd place. which does not net them enough points. They get 5 points for third place, and they only got 4 elims at the end there, which puts them at 9 points on the match. Our MVP from Fireflux here this time around, 6 elims, 618 damage.
Well done to Macap. Again, I like him as an addition to the party there over on Fireflux. Wonderful stuff. 618 points and 6 elims on the game. So certainly putting up a good scoreline for Fireflux. With 19 minutes 40. Yeah, good stuff. Very, very good stuff. But overall, this knockout stage has been fun. I think it's a weird one for me because a lot of times knockout stages are the most fun when looking at the bottom of the lobby and the scraps and scrapes it takes to get there. Funnily enough, knockout stages here has been much more interesting for the top side of the lobby.
Yeah, it's been a real interesting race, a lot of contenders, but in the end, I mean, S2G, there's a reason why they have so much respect in the region, and it's good to see that they are taking things in stride. Most elims, most damage found. It will be Matt Cap to take 2 of those spots, as well as the longest elim at 393. That's pretty hefty. It's no 400, but I think that puts him at second place.
It does not put him at second place. We had a 395 yesterday.
Ah, okay. Third place. That's still pretty
Third
good.
place.
Still pretty good. Still on the podium. Papara Supermassive, able to find a chicken dinner. They were a little bit at risk during that last match until everyone decided to stop playing properly. And they were able to get it done either way. They started the game on 45 points. They got a chicken dinner, added on to the 7 elims. So they got 17 points on that match. They ended up over 60 points, and they'll be pretty happy with that one. That's a great result to close things down. Although I will say that this is a team that is not really, in my estimation, going to be a contender even for the top 4 spots. I think that they would have a lot more to do to prove me wrong. I'm not expecting them to jump up these tables in such a significant way.
Here's our replays from this match. Some good shots there coming through from Silas. And here's K1. Attempted to hold it down. In the early game, at least. Yeah. Don't even show me that.
Yeah.
Don't even show me.
I'm not even looking. I'm looking away right now. I'm not looking at the screen. Falcons also a disappointment here in the knockout stages. Fortunately, they've been able to eke out enough from the games that they've played to be able to qualify. But it's not good enough, really, for what we expect from these players. We know that they can do more. We know that they can do better. And we do expect them to do better in the finals. But I'll have to pull something out, pull something special out, and make it work there.
It's definitely an interesting approach coming through from Fireflux. Again, I think this game was kind of a perfect encapsulation of the entirety of the knockout stages. Just some teams just having absolutely no life in them. A lot of teams going down to one another where they're taking fights that they aren't clean enough, or they're taking fights when they shouldn't, and it's causing both teams to suffer because of it. And then you're just usual favorites in FUT, Fireflux, Regnum, Carya, and TTQ putting in some work towards that end game and just eventually getting shot out by some weird off angles off in the distance. But it will be Papara Supermassive to finish off the day, 17 points. Good result for them. Similarly for FUT, remaining in the conversation with 14, and Fireflux stepping up to the plate. 11 points total. Pretty proud of them.
Yeah, they managed to earn quite a lot in those last moments. But here are the overall rankings. And of course, it confirms what we knew. It is S2G, and you're right, TTQ on 106, just ahead of Regnum Carya on 104. Fenerbahçe bumped down to 4th place, 103. But that is a lot of teams over 100 points there, Blank. On the 12 matches we played, it's a big departure from how it all fell during the league stage.
I think some of our teams are getting way more comfortable in this one. Specifically here, Fenerbahçe, Regnum Carya, TTQ, and S2G. I kind of had S2G, Regnum Carya, and Fenerbahçe in my top 4. TTQ is the big surprise for me, honestly. They are quite inconsistent, though, and I'll keep saying it. I think Symphony is being a big proponent to that team of why they're doing so well. And then he has some interesting players around him, like Nico with the off angles and Striker, who just seems to be aware of everything that's happening inside the lobby. I would be very impressed and pleased to see them get up towards an EWC spot, and I think they would absolutely deserve it if they make it happen in the finals. And look at that, 16th place is Bra at 42, Beşiktaş just shy with 40 points.
It was right down to the wire, but Bra managed to make it just about. Falcons in 14th, and that just goes to show what I was talking about before with their shoddy performance here, but it is going to be enough to get to the finals. We'll see if they can turn things around. It is unfortunate, but the BRX brothers, Guild, RUKH, and Beşiktaş, they will not be able to make it. They were, in fact, the 4 lowest placing teams in the league stage that qualified, except for Black Esports, who obviously have had a bit of a glow up over the course of these knockout stages.
Yep, massively so. But overall, for this tournament, it has been really fun seeing some teams start to gel a little bit more together and other teams just not quite finding that spark. And here are all of our grand finals qualified teams from S2G all the way through to Bra right at the very end there, who were very nervous in that final game, but they absolutely had nothing to worry about considering everyone just threw in the towel.
They thought, oh, bro, stop playing. Well, we shouldn't be playing either. It's not fair, guys. Come on, they're not playing.
They don't have another game.
They don't have another game. It wouldn't be right. But those are our 16 teams you'll be seeing next week. You can tune in to see that one. Our daily MVP comes from Carya, 12 elims and 2,309 damage.
Well done to Marceau from Carya. I mean, Carya is just another one of those inconsistent teams, but when they do well, they certainly put on a great show for us, which is nice to see. And I think that Carya is a team I would be excited to see get up towards the top side of the leaderboards, but not a team that I'm necessarily expecting to get one of those EWC spots.
Yeah, it would be, I think, a bit of a turn up. It would be a very big upset if Carya was able to take one of those home. Not to say that they're not capable of doing that. They came 6th during the league stage. They were sort of around the corner from being in the top 4 as well. They weren't too far off, and they have had some good games. Right, they have shown potential, and in a shorter form tournament, that can really come into play. But the teams will be playing 18 matches in the finals, right? And I think that's going to be actually quite a big difference maker, especially for some of the teams that we look at as stronger, right? They're going to have a lot more leeway to play averages rather than look for pop-off performances. And I think that's definitely going to come into consideration. I think it's going to be a lot more predictable of an outcome when it gets to those finals next week.
Yeah, I think so too, especially when we get to see, I think even just from day one, at least, when we look at day one, we'll be able to clearly see which teams are doing well, which teams are not, which kind of rotational paths are going to be a struggle for some of our squads going forward, and how teams need to adapt. So for day 2, we'll have a much clearer picture of how everything's going on. But for me, I'm just very excited to see all of these teams start to play. And I think finally we have... it was slightly weird because, again, I think the 8 teams that we cut out were disproportionately weaker than a lot of our teams in the lobby. I think you could probably throw Bra and K1 in the mix with that other 8 that I was talking about, but we only have so many slots to kick out. We've still got our 16 teams going towards the finals. But I think now at least 14 of those squads are incredibly strong and are willing to go all the way to the distance. I think it's anyone's game, depending on the day and depending on the smash over on that day 3.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be it could be anyone, right? Especially if the smash boundary is surpassed in the first match, which, if it's as close as the top of the tables are during today, right? They'll have played 12 matches. You can imagine that if there's 4 teams within 5 points of each other, that smash boundary is going to be achievable in one match for any of those teams, right? So it could really be anywhere down to 4th place on those tables that could just take it via that smash ruling fairly quickly on the day, which will be fairly exciting. I'm interested to see how that will affect the dynamic of the lobby, because we've only ever played smash with a set boundary, right? Going into that final day.
This time it's up to the teams to set it. So let's do our end of day segment, as this was a fantastic day. But John, what will you be having for dinner tonight?
What will I be having for dinner tonight? I'm not sure. I think I've got some chicken, probably some rice, pretty standard, nothing special. A lovely little chicken dinner to close things down for the knockout stage. What about you?
Very nice. I made a lasagna earlier from scratch.
Ooh, that's why you asked. You wanted to say. You wanted to brag about your lasagna.
I wanted to talk about
and
my
now I'm
homemade
jealous.
cooking. Yeah, it's slightly different. I didn't use the lasagna sheets. I used ravioli instead.
What's in the ravioli?
Burrata and andouille.
That feels wrong. That feels pretty criminal.
Cheese and sausage at the end of the day, isn't it? Really?
I don't know. I feel like you've done crime there. That's
What do you mean?
That's not
This is an
acceptable.
incredible solution to the lasagna sheet problem.
What's the lasagna sheet? You put it in. Like, it's not that hard. Did you make your own bechamel, or was it from a tin?
Self-made.
Very cool.
Self-made. Yeah.
A little bit of nutmeg?
No nutmeg.
Nutmeg and bechamel?
I stock a lot of things in my home. I don't stock nutmeg. Sorry.
Unfortunate for you, man.
The meg
a little bit of
nut is
nutmeg in the
not for me.
bechamel is very good. Meg of nut thrice, please, in my bechamel.
The best bechamel.
Is very good. Is so good. It makes it. It gives a little bit of a kick in the bechamel, in a lasagna. I wouldn't do it for like mac and cheese. Like, that would be too much, because you make like essentially close to a bechamel base, and then you add cheese.
I was actually
cheese.
Funny, I make a lot of things homemade in this house. However, mac and cheese, I ruin it every time.
How do you ruin it? What goes wrong?
I don't know. I actually the cheese to bechamel ratio is either wrong, and it just turns out and it's just like not tasty, and it's just it just looks cheesy. I don't know. It's upsetting. I make, like I said, I make a lot of things that are nice in the house. I just cannot make mac and cheese, and that feels like a disgrace.
I'll come round. I'll make some mac and cheese for you. How about that?
You could try it. You could try it.
Yeah, maybe it's the house.
House is cursed.
Maybe it's the house. Yeah. Ooh, that's it's the anti mac and cheese house.
Spooky house.
Spooky, very spooky.
No mac and cheese in this house. Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm excited for my lasagna tonight. I'm excited for the finals, which will be in approximately, do the math, guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 days and a night. We wake up on that 4th day of the July. You get to watch some more PUBG mobile action. But you guys are right excited for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're waiting for a little bit longer so we can natter on about your bechamels a little bit further. Have you got a showstopper dish? Have you got a showstopper dish?
Showstopper dish.
Yeah.
I make, like, it's basically it's kind of difficult to explain because it's a bit weird. But what it essentially is it's like a gnocchi chicken.
Okay. Interesting.
Right. It does work. It does. You have to believe me.
I do.
But essentially, it's just gnocchi. A couple of like. It's not even that hard to make, realistically. A bit of single cream. You got your chicken stock. Throw some basil in there. A couple of spices. I fry off the chicken so it's all crispy. And then chop that bad boy up and then throw that in. And then you just let it simmer for a bit so it thickens up. Boom, you're done. It's a simple dish, but I tell you what, it tastes nice.
That sounds great. That sounds like something I would chow down on that.
Yeah, I think you'd really like that. I think you'd really like that, actually.
Yeah, what's not to like?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm adding it to the list. I'm writing that down.
Yeah, you should. I can send you the recipe if you'd like. Unfortunately, I can't. I cannot. What's it called? I can't make it right now. It's more of like a winter dish, I'd say, like a winter autumn dish.
Okay.
Not a spring summer dish. It's like quite a comforting meal.
Okay, it's got a lot of heat on it. You could put some chili flakes in there.
I do. Yeah, that's one of the spices.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
There you go.
Goes on the chicken.
That's good.
Marinade as well.
How would you feel about paprika in there?
That does go in there as well.
Okay, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, like how you're suggesting paprika as if it's a.
But I mean, like it's a different spice, right? Like you're putting basil. You're thinking like Italian flavors, like rosemary, like thyme, like basil, like bay leaf, something like that. But then
oregano.
You've got like oregano. That's correct.
Oregano
is also a good way to prepare the chicken. Yeah, I think that's not unreasonable to go like the more spicy route. So like either lean into like maybe you could slam some gochujang in there. You know, go a little bit Korean with it.
Absolutely not. I have a massive tub of gochujang actually in the fridge that I use frequently for buldak and
Toast.
stuff like that.
Okay.
I like to make budajjigae, I think it's called. It's like the Korean stew. Dude, I'm telling you, but I've got a big tub, but it's spicier than you think it is.
Okay.
It wouldn't mesh well.
Maybe like a tiny little bit.
we're currently just waiting for the stage MVP. Just coming shortly.
For the whole of the knockout stages.
The whole of the knockout stages. Coming soon to a theater near you.
Oh, yeah.
We're just to the 1950s.
Totting up the totals. Who would you guess it is? Who do you think the stage MVP is?
If I was to guess, probably Zedwolf.
Yeah.
Likely. We take it again. I think it's probably, for me, it's probably a toss-up between Zedwolf and Symphony.
Okay. Interesting.
But yeah, I would go with Symphony or Zedwolf. But in the meantime, we're going to have to keep you guessing because you're not going to see it. It is the end of the show. Have a lovely night. Take care. Peace out. And we'll see you for the finals.
Have a lovely dinner.
Bye-bye.